I can hear people. Okay, good to know.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We're about to get started here. I am Jess Tracy, so you probably recognize that name from your inbox because I send you a lot of emails. So welcome and thank you so much for being here today. So we are the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, which is a mouthful, and our acronym NCAIED is also a mouthful. A lot of people just call us the National Center. Some of you may know of us from RES, the Reservation Economic Summit, which is our annual conference held in Las Vegas, Nevada. And this past year, we had record attendance of over 4,000 people. It's an amazing event, and some of our other staff can tell you a little bit about that. And we were able to get, for all of you who are here in person today, you'll be able to have a free registration to attend RES next year. Yeah, right? Makes it worth the drive, right? I think you guys drove like, what, 4 hours? Yeah, so we're very glad to be able to do that for you. So at the National Center, our motto is "We Mean Business," and we are a national nonprofit that has been around for over 50 years. I think we're headed into year 54. I'm looking at Chris. And we have a variety of programs to serve Native American entrepreneurs. This program today, this Native Edge Institute, is part of our MBDA Business Center. MBDA is the Minority Business Development Agency. And through this Business Center, I'm the project director of this program. And we offer these trainings. We also offer business counseling, and through not just this project, but also all of our programs, one of the things that we do best is we build bridges. We help connect people to one another. We help to make referrals, help you find those people that you need to start your business, grow your business, develop your business, take it to the next level. So in addition to the Business Center that is part of this program today, we also have our Apex Accelerator, which was formerly known as PTAC. So if you're used to hearing it called PTAC, you got to kind of get used to that new branding of Apex Accelerator. And later in the day, you'll hear from my colleague Chris Pierce, who's part of that center. We also have an export center, and that is focused on, of course, exporting. And you'll hear later today from my colleague Kaya, who is in the back of the room. She'll be a speaker as well. And we have a variety of other projects, this, that, and the other that run from time to time. So that's a little bit about who we are at NCAIED. And, oh, sorry, was there a... Oh, it's down the hall. Okay, thank you so much. So I'd like to take just a moment and ask all of our staff to stand up. And Eliza, if you want to come on in. So our staff here at NCAIED is incredibly hardworking. Everything that goes well today is thanks to them. All of the mistakes are entirely mine. So I want to take a moment and thank them very much. We have Chris and Kaya, who I just mentioned. Charmaine is our hero. When our print order went wrong, she had to reprint all of our stuff today. So she's our rock star who helped make things go well for you all today. And we also have Eliza, who is an intern with us. And it's your second day? Yeah. So thank you so much to all of our staff. And we also have in the back of the room, we have Rachel McKay, who's with Sky Bear Media, part of our media team. And at some point, you'll also see her colleague, Jack Brinkley, who is around here. And you may see them helping out and taking the video. Speaking of the video, we are live streaming, so we ask that you help with the, speaking into the microphone. Make sure that the people who are online can hear, as well as, the people in the back of the room and so on. So let me just again ask for a little round of applause for our amazing staff who have done so much. Thanks, guys. So I just introduced Eliza a moment ago as an intern and wanted to mention, how did Eliza come to work with us? So we have a partnership with NC Growth. And NC Growth is a program out of UNC Chapel Hill that's affiliated with the Keenan Institute, and I'm actually the project liaison, so I work closely with that team as well. And NC Growth works not just in North Carolina, but in other states as well, and across the country and so on. NC Growth, and so that's how we got to Eliza, right? She's a student there and part of the Keenan Institute intern program. So NC Growth has a variety of projects, and part of the reason we chose this location was to be close to the folks from North Carolina who wanted to drive up and may be interested in some of those resources. One program in particular that I would like to highlight is that it's called ACER, Anchor Institutions. So the idea behind ACER is that in communities we have anchor institutions. These are big buyers, right? They're colleges, they're universities, they are naval bases, they are the very large employers and purchasers, and sometimes maybe even the sellers in that particular region. So we have a strong interest in trying to make sure that we are able to develop those relationships, help them find you, help you find them. So NC Growth has a lot of other programs as well. There will be, in your materials, you'll see like a TA interest sheet. If you're interested in learning more about NC Growth, just check that box and let us know how we can connect you to them as well. Okay, I have a couple of housekeeping type of items. If you need the restrooms, straight down that hallway to the back, to the end of the hallway, and then on the left, you'll see on your agenda that we do have breaks scheduled. We do our best to hit those time marks. Occasionally we miss the mark and just ask for your patience. We promise we will give you the breaks. We're not keeping anybody here. And if you can't wait for the break, by all means, there's beverages in the back all day. Take care of you. Speaking of taking care of you, your cell phones. Please feel free to leave them on. You're busy, right? There's all kinds of stuff going on. We just ask that you mute them, and if you need to take a call, feel free to step out. We also have this lovely terrace is available for our use as well. If you can tolerate the humidity, you are quite welcome to step out onto the terrace, take calls, meet with some of your colleagues, and your networking here as well. There are... Just checking my list. Hang on one second. All right. There are a couple of folks that I wanted to particularly acknowledge in the room that are here with us today. We have Chief Ann of the Rappahannock Tribe, and we'll introduce her when she speaks in just a little bit, but wanted to make sure you know she's here. And seated next to her is Carolyn Fortune. And when I first was speaking with her, she let me know that I started trying to introduce NCAIED, and she said, well, I used to work there. Which I did not know. So she knows more about NCAIED than I do. So wanted to let you know that she's here, and she's probably a great connection for all of you to have because she's skilled as well. We also have Chief Keith Anderson in the back of the room with the Nansemond Indian Nation. And we also have, I'm looking for her, Chief Rosa Holmes Turner of the, you see I had to write it out phonetically, Keokahonic. Did I do it? Keokahonic tribe. I'm sorry, I tried. Okay, so I wanted to let you know that, that we have these community leaders are here with us today and wanted to make sure that we can facilitate that connection as we take breaks, as we have lunch, as we have the after hours, informal networking. One of the most valuable things about these events is the opportunity to meet people, to make those connections, to shake some hands, to share your business cards. Speaking of business cards, our staff, we have cards back of the room, we have resources to share and so on. When I first started, so for those of you who met me before or saw me in DC, I was just actually several weeks into the job. I was brand new, and they were like, "Hi, welcome. Can you put on an event in a few weeks?" So that first Native Edge Institute that I did, I had no idea what to expect, right? It was all sort of a big adventure for me. Having done that event and been to Res and been with the National Center now for getting close to a year or so, I have to say I can now tell you what to expect. And what you should expect is it's going to be great, right? We have these wonderful speakers. They're going to give you all kinds of information. And the folks in the room, you all come from very different businesses. You have, some of you are brand new. You might have an idea. You may not even have your license yet, maybe just an idea. Some of you are very established. So as we speak, sometimes we're going to be more helpful to the newer folks. Sometimes we're going to be more helpful to the folks who are more established, right? It's going to be a little bit varied. The information is all going to be, quality and helpful. It's the connections, really, that are the biggest piece, right? When we get that feedback from people after the event, what we hear over and over is, it was incredible to get to meet people in person. It's a unique opportunity to be here. And for the folks who are online, I'm sorry you're not here. I wish you could have joined us. So I think we are set up to have a great day. And with that, I am going to change gears just for a moment, and I wanted to introduce and welcome, just a moment, Chief Ann of the Rappahannock Tribe. We were so delighted that Chief Ann agreed to come and speak and give us just a couple welcome remarks. She's also going to be on the program later on today, but we wanted to ask her to talk just a little bit to welcome you as well. She has been the chief since 1998. She is the first woman chief to lead a tribe in Virginia since the 1700s. Right? Yeah. So she comes from a long legacy of community service and leadership among her people. She is also a connector. She reaches out to national, state, local government, businesses, nonprofits. She is also one of those valuable bridge builders that we talk about as being key to building economic opportunities for our indigenous businesses. The tribe was finally acknowledged by the federal government in 2018, and Chief Ann, of course, led that effort to make that happen. And she's also leading the tribe in developing the master plan for community and economic development. So looking ahead to the future, strategic planning, we know where we are, how do we get there? Chief Ann is answering all of those questions. So let me hand the microphone over to you and ask you just to welcome our folks.
Thank you, Jess.
Thanks.
Good morning and welcome everyone here. And first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge that we are standing on Nansemond land. And so I want to acknowledge the Nansemond tribe and their leader, Chief Keith Anderson. He has done an amazing job with his tribe, and I so appreciate our friendship. And so as we are here today at the Eastern Gate of Virginia, I would like to begin as we are customary and traditional to our people, is that we begin all activities with a prayer. So if I could ask you just to bow your head and let's acknowledge the Creator that placed us here and put us together today to enjoy each other and network in opportunities to fulfill His plans for the tribal nations and for your businesses. Father, we just thank you this morning for blessing us. And we ask you to bless the National Center and all of its staff for the work that they do for tribes and for businesses and entrepreneurs. They have a specialized gift that you have given them. And so I thank you for that. And I ask you to expand their reach and to increase their abilities. I pray that prayer for every business owner in this room, every tribe, that the restoration that you have planned for all of these tribes, and the raising up and the restoration of not only of their lands and their authority in the land, but also economically. And so we give you praise, honor, and glory for all of the proceedings that will happen today, and we ask you to bless all of them in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chief Ann. I would like to invite Nikki to come up and talk a little bit about the Nansemond Indian Nation. And okay, so you'll remember a moment ago that I said that everything goes right is due to my staff and our colleagues, and everything that goes wrong is my fault. So I'm about to embarrass myself and say, Nikki, I left your bio at the back of the room. So I'm gonna tell you what I know about Nikki, and then I'm gonna ask you to fill in. So I'm very sorry about that. One of the great things about Nikki's bio, when I first read it, even though it's still back there, is I loved that not only is she on the tribal council of the Nansemond tribe, but she also describes herself as a scientist, which I think is absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much, Nikki. I'm gonna, again, I'm very sorry. I hope you'll tell us a little bit more about you. Here is this, and then here's the remote. You just click to the right to advance the slides.
Okay. Wingapo Nitapuak. That is welcome, friends, in our coastal Algonquian language. It is wonderful to be here with each of you. It's wonderful to open with a prayer from Chief Ann, who is such a powerful leader in our community and an inspiration. And it's also wonderful to see so many tribal relatives here in this group. I noticed Vice Chief Marty Richardson from the Howell-Wessaponi community, so I couldn't move forward without acknowledging him as well, because we have a close kinship across Virginia, North Carolina, and we do a lot to support each other. To share just a little bit about myself, I do serve on our tribal council, and I am a scientist, but I'm also an artist, a crafter, and just someone who feels very humbled by the long-standing journey for sovereignty and to protect our history and culture. So I wanted to share just a few slides. We all know how long our history is, so trying to do that in 5 minutes is ambitious of me. But I didn't want to go into this important discussion about economic development without framing it around our struggle for sovereignty and the importance of economic development in protecting sovereignty. So I'll give you this 5-minute highlight, but tell you up front that you are always welcome to reach out to us or any of our communities in this region for more information. So to tell you about Nansemond. Nansemond is a coastal Algonquian word that means the people of fishing point. We originate around the Nansemond River, where we had settlements on both sides. And we had a powerful leadership structure with over 1,500 people governed by 4 chiefs. And we also had close kinship with South Side tribal communities. So we're south of the James River, and we've had relationships with all of the tribes throughout this area. Okay, and then as we all know, through the colonial experience, we were displaced from our land. So in that time, we formed an alliance with 30 other Powhatan tribes, and we were displaced from the Nansemond River toward the Great Dismal Swamp, where we lived and continued our lifestyle and worked with other tribes through continued kinship. We had a lot of political activity with other Powhatan tribes, as well as tribes west of us, like the Nottoway, the Meherrin. And beyond that time, we had several traditional endogamous family groups where we were led by headmen who were very interested in defending our land and our rights. And that continued where we were visited by anthropologists who documented our experience. And at that time, they captured a set number of names of about 100 people, but many can tell you here that the full Nansemond diaspora is thousands of people. And we're very proud of the fact that we are still here today to tell you our story. On the journey for self-governance and protecting our sovereignty, many of the tribes in Virginia started out with nonprofit organizations. And that was just the structure we had to operate under at the time. But each of the tribes here in Virginia worked together to restore tribal history, advocate for government-to-government relationships, and the organization Vital, the Virginia intertribal group that fought for federal recognition, as Chief Ann was part of that as well, succeeded in 2018. And as we state, that's not where we received our sovereignty. Our sovereignty is uninterrupted, but receiving expanded government-to-government relationships helped us to improve our operations and access many new opportunities. Today, our tribe is spread throughout this region, so I wanted to share this map to show you where some of our families are. Being diverse, a lot of people may have tribal citizens living next door to them and not realize it, but this shows you some of our households. We're very concentrated right here close to where we're meeting today. And I just wanted to introduce the Nansemond Indian Nation tribal government. Chief Anderson is here, I'm here. We also have a tribal council led by Chief David Henneman. And we have a nonprofit board of directors who are working on expanding some of our cultural programs. I also want to acknowledge our tribal administrator, Tim Emery, and our administrative coordinator, Kaylee Lassiter, who are here at the table as well. They are doing wonderful things to help us increase our capacity and accomplish a lot of our goals. We also have several tribal properties. So this site here is the Indiana United Methodist Church. This is not too far from here. It's in Chesapeake. This is also the site of our Indian school. We protect this site. It was a mission in the 1850s, and it has a lot of history, including being sort of the landmark at the center of the Nansemond community and homestead. We also have a site called Matnocktown that is on the Nansemond River in Suffolk. And then just south of that, we have a new site that we're conserving, which is 500 acres of forested wetlands called Cross Swamp. And the thing I love about these two sites is that, you know, we think about protecting water quality on the waterfront, but swampland is significant. It's a natural filtration system. It has a lot of ecological value, and both environments serve to protect the water and the overall environmental health of our area. So hopefully we'll be able to invite you all out and share more information about these sacred places. We also have some environmental programs I'd like to share. We've been working on oyster restoration and shoreline stabilization, and many of you probably know about the importance of coastal resilience here in Hampton Roads, so that's a priority for our tribe as well. And then we have year-round community engagement activities and a powwow, which is coming up in August. So you are all welcome to join us for that event. We are always hoping to build partnerships, friendships, and share our culture with everyone. So I promised you 5 minutes, but I wanted to let you know that you can find more information on nansemond.gov. We're also on social media, and hopefully we'll get to chat with each of you and share our cards so that we can learn more about you and just build more relationships to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Next, I'd like to invite up Leslie, who I see sitting in the back of the room. Leslie Bartron-Lewis is with a CDFI, and I'm going to let Leslie talk a little bit about what a CDFI is, if you're not already familiar. She is the Capital Access Manager at Carolina Community Impact, and I recently met Leslie in person in Bertie County, North Carolina. If you guys know where that is, that's sort of, you know, not too far from here, fairly rural, beautiful country, lots of farmland. And there we were at a conference for the Bertie Small Business Network and speaking about a lot of those resources that are available there as well. So that's how I know Leslie. And it turns out that Leslie is also a facilitator for the Real Entrepreneurship Program. And if you've ever worked with the Sequoia Fund, you might know Russ Siegel. So the Real Entrepreneurship Access to Capital Program is housed at the Sequoia Fund. We work with them a great deal. Access to capital is probably the #1 request that we get from our clients. A little bit more about Leslie. So we talked about Real. She has a BS in business from University of Phoenix, and she just like I think the day we met, right? Just the day after. She just graduated from Georgetown University with her MS in finance. So congratulations on that. And I will leave you in Leslie's great hands.
Oh my
Thank you.
goodness, thank you so much. What an honor. Thank you. I tell you, yes, I had to, when we were talking to Jess, gosh, yeah, it was 2 days after graduation. She asked me to come up to the podium to introduce myself to everybody. And Jess, it was the moderator. And the moderator looked at me and she said, "Can you introduce yourself?" I said, "Yes." What do I say? I was extremely tired, extremely overwhelmed, and it has been a very challenging 2 years, but eventually I was coached through how to introduce myself, so yes, and now I'm here. And it is an incredible honor to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you to the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development for hosting today. And yeah, we're gonna have about an hour and 15 minutes of fun to get everybody going this morning. Everybody online, it may be a little quiet for you because the exercise is in person, but I just want to go through a couple introductions real quick, and then we'll go through a nice little exercise for business planning, and then we'll talk a little bit about access to capital, which I could talk for hours and hours and hours about access to capital, but today, I'll try to give you a high level if we have time, but I also have some handouts that you can take with you to help explain what we were going to talk about today. There's me. Yes, I'm still wearing the same hoops, but like you, Nikki, I am an artist and a crafter. I wish I had worn some of my earrings, but the hoops are where I am today. So, but thank you for the nice introduction, Jess. So, yeah, I have a background in business, marketing, and business development. It's economic development. This is now my life's work. We primarily at Carolina Community Impact work with folks in underserved communities, underfueled communities, and work with entrepreneurs to give them affordable access to capital and at excellent terms. So we fill that gap between the traditional bank and predatory lending. So we do not offer grants, but we offer affordable lending to entrepreneurs and small businesses throughout the state of North Carolina. And I do have some information for a CDFI that does underwrite here, and they're based out of Durham. It's called the Institute, and they do underwrite here in Virginia, so I'll have more information for that resource as well towards the end. So today, we have a little bit of time that we'll be spending together this morning. I'll give you a little bit of an introduction to Carolina Community Impact. You may hear me refer to that as CCI throughout the morning. We are a non-traditional funding source. We're considered alternative lending. And we are a mission-based lender, nonprofit organization. And of course, we're going to open up with the real exercise, the banker and the entrepreneur exercise. And that'll help you with business planning, because as Jess was talking about earlier, access to capital is one of the main components that are important to starting, growing, scaling, and sustaining your business. Not just access to capital, but also making sure that you are not underfunded. A lot of startups, that's one of the issues that they face the most, is not just access to capital, but that they're also underfunded as well. So with the business planning exercise, we're going to talk about a couple things, different perspectives for sure. So we're going to take the perspective of an entrepreneur, and we're going to take the perspective of a banker, or in my case, a community development financial institution. So, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. And to close up, we will talk about the 6 C's of credit. So you've probably heard of the 5 C's of credit. I like to talk to the 6 C's because credit at the very end is typically kind of meshed in with character. And as a mission-driven CDFI, we don't think that credit is the ultimate display of a person's character. So I pull that credit out of the first C and out of character, and it is the 6C. So real quick, Carolina Community Impact. Again, CCI is a nonprofit organization. We are a community development financial institution, and our mission is to promote economic and community development by providing financial programs and services for low to moderate income clients. We have a nice QR code here that you can scan with your phones. Everybody that's online, hopefully, I don't know if you can see the QR code here, but I'll make sure that Jess has our information if you need to get in touch with us. But at CCI, again, we engage with entrepreneurs and small business owners in three ways. We are actually a small business lender, primarily a small business lender. We offer personal finance for small business owners, and we have business coaching and advising for our borrowers. And of course, we work very closely with, in North Carolina, we have a small business center network that's very close to the small business development centers here in Virginia. So the Small Business Center Network and the SBTDC in North Carolina. So we do work very closely with our partners throughout the state for pre-loan coaching and advising, and of course we assist our borrowers with business coaching and advising because we want you to succeed. So real quickly, a community development financial institution. Here are a few that we have throughout the state of North Carolina. We are certified by the Treasury, and we also receive support from the community development, the CDFI fund. Again, we are Carolina Community Impact. The Institute, ICAP, they are a CDFI that does underwrite here in Virginia, and again, they're based out of Durham, North Carolina. But our information will be in the packets that you'll receive at the very end. And of course, here's some information on ICAP. Jess, I will make sure that that's in the handout as well. All right, so let's get started. So everybody should have a big giant Post-it note on your table. One half of the room here is entrepreneurs, I believe. Bankers, yes. So we have bankers on this end, and we have entrepreneurs on this end. So the exercise is designed to build knowledge of business plans and planning. So we may still have folks that have gone through this exercise. We may have seasoned business owners who have put together business plans before. And we also may have entrepreneurs here who are looking to start their for-profit or nonprofit business. So the purpose of this exercise is to, again, build knowledge of business plans and planning, to understand different ways entrepreneurs and funders use business plans, which is always important. If it's not you that's using the business plan, you can help somebody else, another entrepreneur, another small business owner, use these concepts to help them with their planning and to help them start, grow, or sustain their business. So if you've already gone through this exercise, if you're already a seasoned business owner, this is great, I think, to go through to not just get moving this morning, but to also network with your tables and also to just gain a bit different perspective on how business plans are viewed. Of course, this will help you synergize interactions between entrepreneurs and funders and develop problem-solving, cooperation, leadership, and presentation skills. Because after we're done with the exercise, I will ask for one or two volunteers to stand up and present what you have come up with. So, all right, so let me get out my handy-dandy instructions here. Typically, this takes about 90 minutes. We are going to condense this in about 45. Jess, I'm going to try to keep track of my time. Yeah. Yep. And so again, everybody here, each table should have a handout with instructions. You should have a big Post-it and a marker or a pen. But if everybody could read through the instructions in the handout that was given to you. And again, if you are a banker, if you are familiar with 5 C's of credit, with underwriting, with obtaining a loan, try to act like a banker. Yes, we want your perspective on this business plan. If you are a seasoned business owner and you're on the entrepreneur side, remember how you were when you first started your business. It was dreaming, very creative, and of course, conquering the world, and anything can happen. So, or you can make anything happen. The world is your oyster. So as an entrepreneur, if you are a seasoned business owner, try to put yourself back in that space when you're working through this exercise. Okay. So, and again, we typically give everybody about 30 minutes, but we'll work through this in about 20, so we can get to the 6 C's of credit. So, all right, so everybody here, if you have any questions, we will be walking around. I'll be walking around. I may ask Charmaine to help me. I may. So if I need help, we'll just be walking around answering any questions. But go through the handout again, and essentially you're going to be writing a business plan, different sections from either a banker's perspective or an entrepreneur's perspective. And after about 20 minutes, we will, again, ask for a couple volunteers and see if they can present their business plan that they have on their big Post-it sheet. And we'll see if we can talk about the differences, see what they are, and then have a discussion about entrepreneurs and bankers' business plans. Yeah? Okay, yes. And of course, I'll be walking around if anybody has any questions, yes.
Some of y'all are too, but I'm just saying. That's right. Oh, very good. A different thing. Doesn't involve. I can't talk about myself, but. But that's the thing. So I guess that would be our charge. Is like our plan.
Thank you, Jess. We are at the 20-minute mark. How's everyone doing? Just transfer it? Okay, we'll give everybody about 5 more minutes. If you want to transfer your ideas to the paper or to the big Post-it. Wow, 20 minutes went very fast. Yeah, so for the next 5 minutes, if everybody could transfer your ideas. And then we'll have some time for a couple representatives from each table stand up and give us your business plan. Okay, so we have 4 more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, something, yeah, that's what I'm saying, something simple, give us a name, just a little table, like the table Z enterprise, so something about our time, so little table, enterprise, Charlie on. Yes. So what you think presenter was gonna need then? So you have, so this is. And so since we have 6 people, so we're gonna have business structure, corporation, that's it. Governing business. Buying your, I don't know how long y'all been in business together, you're gonna your personal at least 30, 20 years, at least 35. That's why I said we have over 100 years of professional business experience. And are we good with the? Yeah, I'm asking, look up, well, y'all did capital investors, so you're asking them, they're gonna ask you, they're still gonna ask, so we're gonna say, I mean, that's what I'm saying, 'cause this.
All right, everybody, are you about finished? No? It's okay if you're not. We'll talk about everything at a high level for sure.
I don't know, this is the CDFI, we can ask her. We got a question before you.
Yes.
So we got a person that as a CDFI. Yeah, so we should business equipment. However, not as much as the traditional. Right, that's what I'm saying, I just wanted to make sure we knew it was in the position. Because it's things that you're purchasing with the law. Right, which it goes to. So they literally give us.
All right, so we will start with the entrepreneur side.
Another thing is what
So does anyone want to volunteer to? You go ahead and go? All right. Come on up. All right, so everybody, we're going to be presenting the entrepreneur side.
All right. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Brad Locklear. This is Liv, and we're with ABC Tribal, LLC. We are an IT consulting company. Our business structure will be managed. Liv and I are the owners, 50-50 owners. We're both putting up $250K, so we have collateral of $500,000. And we're seeking a $1 million line of credit. This line of credit will allow us to pursue our 8A certification and governmental contracts. Our business structure is Mr. Kevin Hamer will be our Chief Executive Officer. Ms. Sharon Hamer will be our Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. Matt Roller will be our Chief Financial Officer. All of them have well over 20 years of experience in their respective fields of IT, and Mr. Matt in banking and finance. But what we'll be offering is a customer relations management system, okay? For governmental agencies, again, we'll be seeking 8A certification after year 2. And hope to secure more contracts in that way. But again, we have to show that we do have that line of credit for operating and bonding experiences. We'll be developing our past year's performances in order to get that certification. First year, we anticipate maybe some small subcontracting revenues of about $50,000, but we hope within year 2 to start acquiring about $1 million in revenue. So minus expenses, we'll be looking at paying back this line of credit. But the general use of our credit will just be for general business purposes, growth, maybe a business development manager in year 1. And then obviously we have to start ramping up for contracting with developers if we secure any contracts for those CRM platforms. So that is our general pitch. Thank you.
How you went through your milestones too. That was amazing. And everybody take note of the entrepreneur's business plan, what you are seeing and what they are putting down on the piece of paper. So just take note of what they're doing. And does anybody else from the entrepreneur side want to stand up? And it's okay if you don't. You want to? Okay. Here you go. Mr. Ward? You want me to hold this?
Yeah, thanks. Hi there. Good morning. I'm Ward Valentine. I'm with the Flatwater Group. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, great. And so a lot of folks know Ho Chunk Industries. We've been around for a long, long time, and based out of Omaha, Nebraska, Wisconsin. And oddly enough, I was been based here in Norfolk, Virginia Beach, so I know our economy very well. And so those are my contacts to the Native American industry. We decided that we would be a construction management entrepreneur business based on Mr. Eric Cheek's exposure to the industry. He's had 20 plus years. And so we thought one of the first things we would do in order to approach the bankers on this side of the room, very intimidating over there sitting on their piles of money, we're going to put together a very, very strong pro forma for you guys to see the experiences that we have in the industry and the strengths that we bring to the table in order to convince the bankers that we have both financial stability, we also understand the marketplace, and the team that Eric and I have put together is IT professionals, folks from the ag business, again, with strong Native American roots, and we're going to knock your socks off and convince you that we bring to the table the team that has the experience, the manpower, and the guts to bring our program to the end. So that's how we're going to knock your shoes off in our narrative. Is that good enough? Does that suffice? Is that okay?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, so now on the banker side, do we have anybody that wants to present? And I know I'm not getting a lot of eye contact right now, so thank you so much.
I told them I'm not scared, so I'll do it. The first thing, the gentleman was just speaking, I forgot your name, I'm sorry, you just speaking, one of the things that we as bankers would like to see is, what are you good at? What do you come to the table with your experience? What are you good at? And how good are you? And convince us that you are the people, when there's 100 other people in line, we're going to give the money to you and not to the other people in line. So, but the other things that we'll be looking for in an application, of course, is the purpose of the loan. Why are you asking for a loan? We'll be looking for tax returns, verification of income, of course, a business plan or a pro forma, as was already mentioned, that includes an executive summary, a narrative, the people or persons that will be served by your business, who will be your employees, what type of marketing analysis will you bring of the community that you're serving, the brand, what is your plan to implement your business, what is the time frame for that. Also, financial plan, financial reports, expenses and income, an income statement, projection of income over the next 3 years, credit history, also debt to income ratio, what will that be? Also, the experience. So what is the experience of your tribal council, your management team, and your corporate structure? And also, some things that as tribes we would have to consider as bankers is risk, and what are you going to bring as collateral? If you have, many tribes have land in trust, and so you can't borrow against that. So what do you have that can be used as collateral? And of course, maybe tribes may have some fee lands that they can use as collateral to borrow against the loan. So those are some things that we thought were important as bankers in order to loan money. Thanks.
Thank you. That was very thorough. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And are there any others that would like to present? Yeah, you want to come on? Of course. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Oh, and you need the microphone.
Thank you. Hello, Susan Jenkins, and I'm with We Lend. We love to lend to everybody. We look at lending differently. We like to see it broken down in 3 categories. What is your purpose? What is your past performance? And what is your execution? Purpose, it's so important. What is your business solving? What are you servicing? And is it relevant? Don't we all remember a Blockbuster video? Does it exist anymore? No. So whatever business you're creating, it has to be something that's going to be relevant for longevity. Is it just for a 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year? The investment as a bank we're putting into it, we definitely want to partner with you and see that return. What are you servicing? We all know that our service equates to our income. If I need to dig a ditch, I get someone with a shovel. If I need a tumor removed from my brain, of course, that's going to be more commensurate with my income. So what is your business plan, and what type of problem are you solving? We also want to know, is your business relevant? We did talk about that. What about buggy whips? Do we have those anymore? It used to be very popular to sell buggy whips, but we don't need those anymore. Past performance. We understand a lot of small entrepreneur businesses lack the past performance. A lot of contractors, government procurement officers, they don't want to give you that past performance because you don't have it yet. So they don't want to give you the opportunity for the contracting. So how do you get around that? You want to make sure that you're building people within your industry or within your company that do have that past performance that can lead to that understanding when you're working with those procurement officers. And that comes into your managers and their backgrounds. Experience is so important. Just because you're a CEO in one industry doesn't mean you're going to be a CEO in another industry. Michael Jordan was fantastic at basketball. Do you guys remember he did baseball? Yeah? How'd that work out for him? It didn't equate over. Just because you're a CEO and you're good in one doesn't mean you're going to be good in the other. So whoever you have in your circle, you're going to be the average of the 5 people you surround yourself with. So remember that. So whoever's in your circle, that's going to help and bring to your past performance. Education. Now, education is important, but it's not looking for a pedigree from an Ivy League. I want to see education in the actual field. The people, do they have years of experience? I think a lot of times people love, you have theory and you have application. Theory is school and college. Application is your job. Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan till you get punched in the face. So you have to learn how do you withstand that? How do you withstand failure? How do you overcome it? You need to have those executable and background information. Do they have knowledge and service and solving problems? That is so important. Any business that you're in, that's what you're doing. You're solving problems. And do you have executable plans? And that's where we come at execution. Do you have a mission statement? I want to know what your core values are. What is your rally cry for your business? All the managers, all your employees, do they know what the purpose is of your company? Are they all going to jointly rally behind your idea and your vision to help it come apart? Are they going to be really bought into your company? What is your business plan? That is so important. How are you going to execute all these different ideas? We want to see your business plan. Credit worthiness. Now, we do understand that character is sometimes more important than credit worthiness. Maybe you're wanting to start your business because of no fault to your own, you were let go of your job. And because you were let go of your job, you weren't able to pay some of the bills, so you got behind. But now you want to create your own business where you're no longer to be in control at the whims of some other corporation. So we'll look at very specifically what was the reason why you have a low credit score, and we want to look at your worthiness and your character. And I hope you join us at We Lend.
Yes. Here, thank you. And that was Susan?
Yes, Susan.
Yes, Susan. Do you want to work with CCI there? So we've heard some really good plans from the banker side, from the entrepreneur side, and I love these exercises because it also brings experts in the room up front, and we also get a chance to hear from each other and to learn from each other, and I'm learning just as much from you all as we will learn, or if by me presenting today, I learned from everybody here in the audience. So thank you so much for going through this exercise. And one thing that I noticed with the entrepreneur side, we did have a lot of knowledge that was listed on the Post-it notes as far as, okay, I need a plan, collateral. I need to show, how I'm going to, to use Susan's execution, right? How am I going to execute this? And from the banker's side, I did see sometimes, it was like a record playing when I'm discussing a loan package or when I'm working with a new client. It can be overwhelming when I hear it from somebody else. I need to see a business plan. I need to see your tax returns. I need to see your personal financial statement, your cash flow projections. I need to see your partner's information, and we need to see your financials. And, so going down the list, when I hear it as a lender, I felt overwhelmed, right? But that's what we sound like sometimes. So you can see from a banker's perspective, what we need to see and how we mitigate that risk and how we evaluate that partnership, how sometimes it can sound overwhelming. But as an entrepreneur, you do know, hey, I'm filling this gap. I need to execute on this. And, sometimes with the entrepreneur from their perspective, it can be a little bit of a dreamer type. You have your idea. You're gonna solve this problem. You're filling that gap, and it's a great idea. You're gonna do it, but sometimes that how gets a little mixed up in all of the information that we need to put together. And again, everybody that we have in the room that's from the SBDC, any community development folks that we have in the room, and coaches and mentors, you all are definitely crucial to the process in this, banker and entrepreneurship relationship. But also learning the perspective from both can, again, help with those synergies in that partnership. So does anybody have any comments about the exercise, or would you like to ask me a question, or does anybody have anything they'd like to say about the exercise? And it's okay if you don't. Oh, yes.
Just a comment, but when we talk about structure of your business, being a former procurement officer, We always look at that. I heard somebody say 50-50. We always look at that 51%, 49%. So just to point that out.
Absolutely. Especially when, as a, absolutely, yes. So whether that be women-owned business, Native American-owned business, yeah. So that 50-50, and sometimes, you know, oh gosh, I'm sure we'll talk more about it today. Yes, I could go on and on about formations and everything else, but we do need to get to, after we get through this exercise, 6 C's of credit. So I do want to go through that really quickly with everybody. And again, thank you for the participation. And of course, I did have a little business plan outline that I put on everybody's table. I think I was a little bit short with the handouts, but I can forward that to you if you do need one via email. So I think we have a pretty good idea, especially listening to the banker's business plan, what a banker would look for. And from a lender perspective, specifically from a CDFI, we do look through a little bit of a different lens when we consider a loan application and or walking alongside the entrepreneur on their journey. So again, you're probably very used to the 5 C's. If you haven't seen them, they are character, capacity, capital, collateral, and conditions. But I like to talk to the 6 C's because as a CDFI, as Susan had mentioned, you know, credit sometimes is not the major determinant of a person's character. We do like to see that, you know, bills are paid. And we do credit analysis to see how you handled your debt in the past, which may or may not indicate how you'll handle it in the future. So that's where this, the 6 C's comes in. So we just pull credit out of character for our presentations. All right, and something else that was brought up in the bankers section. So with character, so what does this mean, right? So I want to be sure that you, the business owner, anybody that has has the ability to make decisions about the company, whether it be operations, whether it be financial, anybody who's making business decisions, we want to make sure that they have industry knowledge. We've heard that a couple times this morning already. And as professionals in the field, if you're here, you do know that we're looking for experience. You know, sometimes we see that, you know, we have, say, for instance, somebody, maybe a veteran that's retiring and he's looking to purchase a franchise. She's looking to purchase a franchise. And, you know, they may be pulling in a partner that may not have maybe, you know, working with the financial side, but may not have industry knowledge, but has the ability to make business decisions for the franchise. So that's just an example of, okay, well, you know, is this partnership, how does it work? You know, do you have someone who has industry knowledge, of course, that can help school up the other person, you know, if there's a partnership involved. But the next slide here, so as we think about character, you know, certainly, you know, have resumes prepared for all key stakeholders. We, at CCI, as a CDFI, we generally follow the SBA rule. So anyone who owns more than 20% in the business, we like to have resumes available for that person who's applying for a loan. And of course, if you're putting your resume together, as you're adding that to your business plan, edit your resume to highlight skills and background that directly relate to running a business. So we certainly want to see, especially as the exercise that we worked through this morning, we certainly want to see that you have industry knowledge because, of course, you know, we want to make sure that you succeed. And if you have a little bit of industry knowledge and need a little bit of coaching or mentoring, that's something that as a CDFI will help link you up with the SBDC and the Small Business Center Network in North Carolina, or say like SCORE. SCORE is a retired executive organization that's also supported by the SBA that can help you with coaching and mentorship. But that's also a plus to add to your resume, to add to your business plan, to show us as a lender that you have the skills and the background to run the business. Of course, if you don't have relevant business experience, have a plan in place to address that lack of experience. And again, that may be working with a SCORE counselor, that may be working with your local SBDC, or a business counselor at Small Business Center Network. So again, have a plan to mitigate that lack of experience, whether it be a certification. If you are buying a franchise, there may be like I don't know, first thing that comes to mind, maybe a Chick-fil-A U. Maybe if they, put everybody through a training program before you purchase a franchise. So if you have anything like that, be sure to highlight that in your business plan and on your resume. Now, of course, when it comes to collateral, right? So as a CDFI, we are a little bit more flexible than a traditional bank with our collateral requirements. Now, it also depends on which CDFI you choose to work with. Some CDFIs have larger portfolios and can take more risk. Some are a little bit smaller and don't have the ability to take on a lot of risk. But one thing is for sure is that we are still looking to see that you have the ability to repay the loan. Because again, as a guarantor, as a small business owner, we don't want to see you fail, and we don't want to see you over-leveraged or also do something that may hurt yourself personally and also the business. Again, we want to make sure that you have the ability to, of course, pay back the business loan, but that collateral there is that security for the loan. So whether, again, some CDFIs will require 100% collateralization. Most banks will require that your loan is 100% collateralized. Some CDFIs are a little bit more flexible and, can take some security. You may not have, we do understand that there may be generational wealth gaps. There may be, it may be that, you have an amazing business idea, you have everything in place, you have community support, but you may not have assets available to put down as collateral. So many CDFIs can be a little bit more creative, business equipment, vehicles. We have had a CDFI in North Carolina use household furnishings. So we can be pretty creative sometimes, but that may be all that the business owner has to put up as and use as collateral. So again, it is security for the lender, because if something goes wrong, we do want to be able to recoup our losses. But at the same time, do your research if you're planning to, as an entrepreneur, look for a loan to start your business, grow your business, or sustain your business, because everybody's collateral requirements are different. And you want to make sure that you choose the right lender to fit your needs at any particular time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted. I was just looking at the time. And so one thing, a couple tips, and this will be on the handout that we give everybody towards the end. Make sure that everybody involved, when we were talking about the formation, everybody involved with the partnership, with the business, anybody that owns 20% or more in the business, make sure that they are aware of the potential guarantee and the need for collateral. Because we do ask as a CDFI, if it is available, it'd be nice to secure it, right? It'd be nice to use that as a security. So let any potential guarantors know that this is a possibility if you are looking to apply for a loan. And again, if you're planning on using something that can be appraised for value, like personal residence, vehicle, equipment, have a recent appraisal ready. Not everybody has a broker's opinion on their personal residence or potentially a valuation on a piece of property or a vehicle, but there are ways to have a pretty good idea of how much that piece of collateral is worth. So make sure you have a good idea of what that's worth. And understand how lenders are likely to value assets. This is important too. If you are working with a lender that is looking for 100% collateralization, they may, if you say, for instance, if you have a personal residence worth $100,000, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have $100,000 to put down as collateral to secure your loan. So understand how the lender that you're working with, whether it be a CDFI or a traditional bank, how they value that asset. Some folks can discount it at 20%. Some CDFIs can discount a house at 50%, so understand what that discount is when you're looking at collateral for to secure the loan. And with the CDFI, personal and business assets can be used. Again, vehicles, homes, we have seen, personal items in a household and furniture, so, but again, personal and business assets can be used as collateral. All right, so we'll talk about capital now. Now, capital, pretty straightforward. Of course, that's what everybody needs, right? We need access to capital. We need capital. But, the lender is going to look for some sort of equity that you have to invest in your business. So, having something set aside in your business bank account, if you don't have that available, put a strategy in place to help set aside, funding for your business loan. But really, it's all about planning. And again, this is something that I like to think about as personal interest or equity. You may have heard another financial term that's used for this type of C, but personal investment is something that we're looking for. It's kind of like, I did ask, of course, this is going to be live. I did ask my son to take out a student loan when he went to college because he's now personally invested in his education. So it's kind of the same concept with the business too. So make sure that you know what the equity requirements are for your lender. And now CCI, we are an SBA micro lender. We do lend between $5,000 and $50,000, but we also have the Community Advantage Program certification as well. So with the SBA Community Advantage Program, there is a requirement for 10% to be set aside, either already invested in your business within a certain time frame, or in a business bank account, so you have that available to you. So I would generally plan for the 10% rule. And again, if there isn't if you don't have the funds set aside right now, it's never too late to start planning. I have worked with business owners and entrepreneurs in the past that did not have close to 10% of the equity they needed to purchase whatever it was for the business, but we worked on a plan and a strategy over 10 months, and she was able to do it. So, and then of course she was able to get the loan, and she was able to get her rig, which was really cool. So she was a trucker. So, but yeah. So having a strategy in place if you don't have the capital available is key. And it also, when you talk about the synergy between an entrepreneur and a banker, what we're also seeing is your willingness, and we talk about the grit and, the gumption to really, take the entrepreneurship to the next level. So here's a couple things. We do have a few minutes, so I may breeze through the last couple slides. But, again, capital is the money from a borrower's perspective. It's the amount that you plan to invest in your business, if you want to think about that. Personal interest or equity. And one thing that I do want to mention before we go to the next slide is if you are a startup, think about secondary income. Many times, I think we had brought that up in one of the banker's business plans, but that could be a retirement, that could be a trust, it could be a full-time job, a part-time job, it could be support that you have at home from a partner. So secondary income is something we will ask for as a CDFI if you are a startup. And a startup can mean anything from 12 to 18 months, as an entrepreneur. So again, that secondary income, we want to make sure that you have the ability to take care of yourself, your person, along with your business in case something goes wrong. Because again, we don't want to see you fail. All right, capacity. So we have just a couple more to finish through. But again, the biggest question that we have is, do you have the ability to pay back the loan? Again, that comes through experience. Many of the business plans that we heard about today, you know, we want to see your ability. Do you have the know-how? Do you have the plan in place to make this happen? You know, do you have the ability to pay back the loan? That's where the taxes come in. That's where we want to look at your personal finances, and that's where we want to look at the business finances too. Because again, we're going to look at a debt service coverage ratio, but we're also going to look at your globals, and that means that's your personal and business ability to service the debt. So capacity, just a couple little tips here, and again, this will also be on the handout. And anybody that's watching live and online, you know, I'll make sure that Jess has a copy of the handout to send to you as well. But create pro formas. That was tough. And cash flow projections and or business plan. Make sure that you have a plan in place to address, again, this is your business. We want to make sure that you succeed. So make sure that you have a plan in place to help guide you. One thing that we want to look for is your financials. We want to look at your taxes. But one thing we also want to see, along with you know, what we've already talked about today, is the seasonality in your industry. Is there any? You know, do you have a way to mitigate seasonality? You know, if my husband was partner in a concrete company a long time ago, but we had to plan for that November to January, February timeframe because there was no work. And around here, there's not a whole lot of snow to shovel, so that wasn't something that we could do either. So, you know, pay attention to the seasonality of your business and be able to talk that through and work through that with your lender. All right, so conditions. So we had some folks talk about a market analysis. We also had mention of a who are your competitors? Do you know who your target market is? This is a big part of your analysis when a lender is looking at a package, especially as a CDFI. We want to make sure that, you know, there's a market for your business, number one. Two, we want to make sure that you understand your competition. And three, we want to see that there's a market analysis that's been completed, so you understand, you know, well, as you mentioned, Mr. Ward, you know, do you understand the local economy? And so this is, of course, key to your business. You know, are you going to open an ice cream shop right next to another ice cream shop? So, you know, that's something that we'll want to look at and may help you think through some conditions as you're applying for a loan. If that's something that you don't see, we may be able to help you with that and help you partner you with somebody who can help you find another location. So, you know, again, this is a big part of the decision-making process from a lender side, but we want to know that you understand the market in your area, and of course that you understand that, you know, who your target market is. But again, be prepared to describe your competition. You know, include information about the local, regional economy in your business plan or marketing plan. We saw SWOT analysis. That's a great tool to use. I'm a big fan of the business model Canvas too. If you haven't seen that, that is, there's a lot of templates online, and there's a lot of business model Canvas classes going on in North Carolina. So if anybody here would like resources on a business model Canvas, please let me know, and I'll link you up with some webinars and folks who are teaching the BMC. And of course, have a clear idea of who your target customers are, who your target market is, and how to reach them. And of course, if a market analysis is tough, if you're not sure what resources to use, of course, your Small Business Development Center is a great resource for the market analysis. And of course, if you're in North Carolina, the Small Business Center Network. And now there are some tools with AI to help you with a market analysis. So that's another tool that, you know, I'm learning about as we go along, but there are a ton of resources out there, but just make sure you use it responsibly. And of course, lastly, as we have a few minutes left, credit, that's pretty straightforward. We want to look at indications on how trustworthy you are. Now again, that's why we pull credit out of character, because just because you have a low credit score does not mean that you aren't trustworthy. That doesn't mean that it's totally indicative of your character. So, but what we do want to see is your credit history. We want to see your repayment history. And again, we want to see that how you pay your bills, because again, how you've handled your debt in the past can indicate how you will handle debt in the future. So one thing I would suggest is know your credit report. You can go to annualcreditreport.com. It's not just the obvious just to make sure that you are okay, make sure you know what's on your credit report, make sure that you know how to explain hiccups, speed bumps, that sort of thing. But also there may be stuff on your credit report that is not yours. So it's a good idea just to keep track of that, because we will be analyzing it, and be prepared to talk with your lender. And it's okay if there are problems. Let us know, because we can work through them if you do have issues. Couple of tools here and resources that may be able to help you if you do need assistance with your credit. Consumer Education Services, Inc., or CESI. They are a nonprofit credit assistance organization that can help you. There's Operation Hope. That's another organization that can help you. I would suggest being wary of folks who claim that if you pay them a certain amount that they will clean up your credit and make it go away. So these are resources that are nonprofit organizations that can help you with strategies to build your credit and or increase that credit score. And lastly, if you have business partners, the 5150, make sure you know their credit report information. Very important. There have been many times where I've worked with entrepreneurs and business owners who are in a partnership. We follow the 20% rule for a guarantor as a loan applicant. And then when we pull credit, we are extremely surprised. And it can cause a rift between the partners, the business, and of course provide a little bit of an awkward situation when it comes to a loan application. So if you have business partners, be sure to discuss credit and know what their credit information is before you apply for a loan. And that's it. And does anybody have any questions for me? Yeah.
So thank you so much, Leslie. There are just a couple of points that you covered that I want to really, really underscore. The first being writing that business plan, right? Because sometimes we have clients who get on the phone and they've been in business for years. They're ready to access capital so that they can grow. And we say, how's your business plan? And what do we hear back?
It's all in my head.
It's all in my head, right? It's all in my head. Yeah, so that exercise is really important, so I want to encourage you to do that. And then I asked Leslie in her presentation to talk about credit, because it's so important, and sometimes it's neglected, and sometimes we hear folks who say, well, I have a credit problem, so what I'm going to do to solve my credit problem is I'm just going to go find a venture capitalist. Right? Not realistic, right?
In your company right after this.
Right. So we're going to have a little bit of question and answer with Leslie here. I want to say it's a great opportunity because you're talking to a lender, right? Mm-hmm. This is your chance to ask those questions, ask the hard questions, the things that maybe you don't always how to even phrase and say. So let me turn the microphone back to you. We do have, our staff will run mics to our participants for those questions, because we want the streaming folks to be able to hear as well. But please, we've got time for Leslie before our break, and it's just so valuable to hear directly from a lender.
Absolutely. And I will be here all day, too, if you'd like to pull me aside and ask any questions throughout the day as well. Yes, sir. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned credit as a reason to lend. Mm-hmm. someone doesn't have a credit score, not because they don't have any money or they're not responsible, but because they don't have any debt. And we don't have any credit scores, which would be me. I do have a credit score. I don't know why, but I do. But I don't have any debt, so my credit score could go away. So do you all look at any other things besides credit to lend? I know it's hard.
Absolutely. That's a great question. And we do. We look at the business's ability to cash flow. And the relationship between the lender through a CDFI and through your business. Again, you know, we do look at the cash flow. We see that through we see that through, not necessarily through balance sheets, right, because that's more asset and long-term driven, but we do look at other factors such as, again, cash flow. We look at your experience, you know, and that may be something that, you know, it may be a barrier. For instance, we have a Kiva program. We're one of the CDFIs that has, and if we're able to help you because of that credit lack of credit score right at the beginning, there are programs like Kiva that can help you gain access to interest financing for terms up to 36 months, and that's how we kind of look at the first rung with that history. Sure. Yes. It can be something that some CDFIs can make a policy exception, but that's again, you know, having a good relationship with your lender and making sure that they fully understand the cash flows and the revenues and everything that's going on within your business. That's a great question. Yes. Sir. Yes.
Do you take that into account? Projected cash flow?
Absolutely, yes. Oh, is that turned on? Yeah. So the question of a 1-year, 4-year contract, would that be considered as cash flows? And yes, you know, I've worked with a few entrepreneurs, and not just at CCI, but with other CDFIs that will consider that contract and the cash flow projections for that contract. Some CDFIs can consider that as, if you do have an MOU or a contract on file, as almost the term for the loan. So if you are, say, if you're a government contractor, I wish we could do 1.5 million, I'm just using it as an example, but if you were looking for that amount, more than likely, they would, of course, you know, look at the loan package with your business plan, your cash flow projections, your personal financial statements, and the guarantor information. But then they would also look at that contract and say, okay, well, if you're expected to do X amount over the period of 3 to 4 years, they can use that contract as, say, the term for the loan to make sure that you have the money that you need to get started. Mm-hmm. Yep. I hope that answered your question. Okay. And did we have a question back here? No? Yes. Oh, well, export CDFIs. So the one thing I can say is I have worked with a business owner out of Sneads Ferry, North Carolina, that did work with the SBA on exporting her project. Of course, or product, sorry. She, of course, this was right before COVID. Right before COVID. So she was working with the SBA with the exporting program, and we were going to be there as a lender to support her through to help her scale her exporting activities. And it's I guess I question because there's economic development also involved when you're talking about scaling operations. There is, funding needs could be that would need to be determined by the lender itself, but it is absolutely something we'd be excited to work with because exporting, again, it's, it would, to me, I would look at it as, I want to make sure that they have contracts in place and that they have firm commitments from the person outside of the United States to, support their business revenues. But my first inclination was to make sure that they had support from the SBA and some of their mentors there within the Small Business Center network, guide them, but also that they were thoroughly vetting the folks that were asking for gelato that the country was looking for. So so I would I would think it's very exciting. I would love to be behind a project like that, and but I would want to make sure that there were enough resources and partnerships and collaborations to help small business expand.
Scott.
Yes.
How do you look at divorce credit issues when it comes to business and people that are contracting versus the non-person that is, how is that when it comes to business?
Great question, and we do see that often, and that's it depends on which media buyer, which vendor you work with, but for again, it's having that relationship with the lender that really matters, and being able to describe and talk through the credit issues if it happens to be through a divorce. So, unfortunately, there may be cases, and everybody's different, and everybody's circumstance is different. However, if there are, say, for instance, a couple charge-offs that are substantial, that may be hard to work through. But again, that doesn't mean that we can't work through strategies to help them improve their credit and then, be able to, be approved for a loan later down the road. So there is the, at the time, yes, the relationship matters. Being in open communication with your lender matters. And of course, being able to describe, what's happening is truly what it's all about. And of course, as a CFO, we want to see you improve to make sure that over the long term there's sustainability there and that you're able to fix and have the resources and tools available to fix your credit. But we do, consider that. Again, everybody's different, but it would take a lot of communication and explanation between the lender and the guarantor who's looking to acquire.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Almost have our snap break. Ready? So we could do just one more question. Anybody else who wants to ask something? Of course, we're all the way.
We're getting our steps in, Jess. And I tend to walk around too when I talk, so I'm sorry for hasting everybody. I tend to do that.
Businesses, how do you see this applying? How do you rather
The NCAIED, of course, we work with state and federal programs, but we also work with philanthropists who ask funding for certain purposes, for certain certain demographics and in certain regions and for certain purposes. So some of the funding that CDFI receive are geared towards helping Native American communities and are set up in a way that, as I talked about, we're a traditional or alternative lender. We tend to be a little bit more flexible and look at things differently than, say, a bank. But we also offer resources that may have not been available to non-majority or marginalized communities in the past, where we can help build that and help close in the gap of resources that may not have been available that we can certainly work with and deploy in the field. So to answer your question, there are many programs like, for example, like with PIVA, where there's no collateral requirement, no credit requirement, and also, that's, again, kind of a first step if you're specifically looking for lending that you may be able to go through. And of course, we can help you through that process if you have entrepreneurs here. But again, the way that we approach credit, the way that we approach the analysis and collateralization is a little bit different, which may help as well. But again, I think it's technical assistance and the resources that we have and the partnerships that we have that are certainly available to help entrepreneurs who may need additional resources or may not have had access to that in the past. So.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Can we get a and chat with her during breaks and lunch and so on. If you haven't quite yet, I see snacks on most of the tables by now. Let's take a 10-minute break. Try to be back by about 11. And again, in the back restroom, all the way back down that hallway and to your left.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to deal them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point.
We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, got a plan. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did, but now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of businesses it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits, so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
Okay.
Said it was losing signal.
So this one is better?
I don't know. Okay. I'm going to get some spare batteries.
Thank you.
Certainly, I'll put double A's. And I'll get some batteries in.
Okay.
Oh, is this one working? No.
Yeah, no, I heard it.
You heard it? Okay.
I think. Here.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay.
Awesome. Check, check, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2. Okay. So we can only use one mic at a time. This is pulling signal from this, which is making them not work. I guess they're on the same frequency for some reason.
Okay. So let's turn that one off and put it in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Rach, just double checking. Check, check, 1, 2. Awesome. There you are. Sorry about that.
Okay, so you've already met Chief Ann Richardson, and you've already heard about a lot of the good work that she does with her tribe. And I know when we were putting this together and I reached out and spoke with Carolyn to find out about all the things that you were doing, there was so much, right? There were so many different activities that you were doing. And sustainability is one of the most important things when we're looking not just at the individual business level, but for entire communities and tribes. So thank you very much for agreeing to speak, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jess. So good morning again, everyone. And one thing that I'm going to be talking about is the work with tribes. So I'm going to be gearing what I have to say to tribes. And I'm very interested to know who is in the room because everyone did not get introduced. So if you're a Native American from a tribe, would you please stand up and tell me what tribe you're with? Okay, all right. So I'll start over here. What tribe are you with? I know you're with Lumbee because I can tell by the way you talk.
Housing Director Brad Locklear from Lumbee Tribe, North Carolina. So we operate for profit as well as so we're a buyer and seller at the same time.
Okay.
We do have Tribal 8A companies. Hello.
Brad took my spiel, but I'm Matt Roller. I'm Legal Compliance Officer with Lumbee Tribe.
Okay, great.
I'm Sharon Hamer. I'm Yupik. I'm from remote Alaska, a tribe called Akiak Native Community north of Bethel, and I'm happy to be here.
My name is Olivia. Same thing, Akiak Native Tribe, Yupik.
Next one here.
Eric Cheek, Base Contracting, Comanche Nations, Oklahoma.
Stephen Hardy, Nottoway Indian Tribe of Virginia, based out of Capeland, Virginia.
Okay. This is the chief.
Turner, representing our sister tribes, the Keokapani tribe and the Wallace Garyak and the Surrey side of the tribes.
Shireen Waterlily, Mattapana.
Priscilla Maynard, Lumbee.
Deborah Goodyear, founder and CEO of Wearable Consulting, System Wapton Oyata.
Nicole Costello, Mattapana.
My name is Cameron Anderson. I'm a member of the NCAIED.
My name is Anita Begay, and I'm Navajo.
Keith Anderson, My name is Tim Emery. I'm the tribal administrator for the Nansemond Indian Nation and proud member of the East Ridge
Colby Burnham, Alaska Native, Aleutian, and from Norfolk, Alaska. My company is Akira Corporation.
Susan Jenkins, I'm Delaware Lenape and also Cherokee Nation and CEO of Native American LLC.
Okay.
Terry Chavis, I'm a Huron tribe, representing That Makes Sense North.
Thunderhawk Chavis, Cherokee Choctaw.
Okay.
Brad Paul, Penobscot Nation, that's me.
So y'all can go that way, sorry. I'm just recording.
Marty?
Dr. Marty Richardson, Vice Chief, Powasquanish Indian Tribe.
So I'm so excited to meet all of you this morning. Thank you. You can all take your seats now. I just wanted to make sure I knew who was in the room because I'm going to be talking about tribal economic development in particular. Let me just say this. As a tribe, we look at the long-term development of a tribe. So it's not something that we're going to run out and start up a business doing XYZ. We look at the long-term effects of that business over a 100-year period for our tribe. Everything that we do is about long-term sustainability of our tribe, survival of our people, and economic viability of our people. And so as a nonprofit, Marty, as we were talking at dinner last night, we began to build relationships with partners with educational institutions that could come in and help us develop business plans, train our people, marketing studies, and get lots and lots of free education that is out there. And so you really need to take advantage of those freebies that are out there because they can really help you build capacity within your tribe. And so that was one of the things that I did. And then I'm a grant writer, so I began to, as a nonprofit, as a tribe that was not federally recognized and was shut out of a lot of funding, I began to work with foundations. And let me tell you about foundations. Foundations are easy money. You don't have to match any of it, like government grants. The funding is the reporting is once a year, usually when your grant closes out. So you don't have quarterly reports, financial, all of that like you do with government funding. And so that's how we started out. And beginning our work, we, with volunteers and grant money and our own foundation fundraising, built a 4,000 square foot tribal center because we realized that our elders were dying, and with that we were losing our traditional knowledge and culture and history. And so we had to figure out a way to recapture that before people began to die off and it was all lost to us. And so that's how we began. And as a coalition of tribes here in Virginia, we went in for state recognition in 1983, and then for federal recognition, which we received in 2018. Upon receiving that recognition, I already, because of the work that I had been doing for 20 years prior to that, I already had plans for a subdivision, a tribal subdivision, a retreat center, and our cultural programs at our cultural center. And so we had began to start some of the cultural programs at the cultural center. But we had not started any economic development. So when we got federal recognition, the cultural programs were the #1 thing that we wanted to address with the funding that we received. Well, who knew that we would have a pandemic because when tribes get federal recognition, they're poor as a church mouse until they can gather some funding from these federal agencies for the programs that they're running. We were able to get money through ARP and CARES Act and all of that. I call them dumps from Washington into our account, and that catapulted us into looking at ways that we could sustain revenue into our community. And part of the history and the cultural knowledge that the programs that we were running was about conservation of land, because that's, as a tribal person, you already know, that's the way we think. And so I began to start looking at ways that we could get our land back. As you all know, land is extremely important to tribes. We were landless tribes. We bought 160 acres of our own land back that was previously our reservation, and that's what we built our tribal center on. And so what you see here is a picture of a historic 4-mile feature on the Rappahannock River, which is the river we were on, named for us, and it's a place where Captain John Smith first met the tribe, and we first defended our homeland against the colonials. And we just received 465 acres of that back April 1 of last year. This structure that you see was the home of 3 chiefs, and I'm a 4th generation chief in my family, so this was the home of 3 chiefs, and the center of political struggle and battle and fights for about 60 years of our tribe's history. And so we purchased this in '99 while we were still a nonprofit, and now we have the money to restore it. So we're restoring this. And part of what we're doing in all of our economic development is we're incorporating our history and our culture into everything that we do in conservation. So this is being restored. It was, like I said, the political hub for the tribe, but my grandmother was the granddaughter of our medicine man. And so in the early 20s, when the anthropologists began to come through and document the history of the tribes, she documented her recipes. And it occurred to me, because we're a conservation-driven community, we don't believe very much in medicine unless we absolutely have to take it. We believe more in maintaining the body in advance of having disease. And so part of what she did was she ran an apothecary there that serviced the whole tribe. And so we took her recipes and we worked through the medical center at Virginia Commonwealth University, and they analyzed her medicinals. And we are now incorporating those medicinals back into our community, teaching people how to take care of their bodies and how to use these preparations when they are needed. And so in doing all of these things, we had plans that I had done 20 years ago for some of this stuff. But your planning is so important, because the one thing that we recognize that, as Ms. Bass was talking this morning, we had a diaspora as well of people who went north because of the number of barriers here it was to education due to the racism here. We made a collective decision in our tribe as to who would go north, what families would go, and they would become educated and they were able to get jobs because we couldn't get jobs here. And then those families sent money back here to that location so that we could hire lobbyists and attorneys to fight for our recognition and the acknowledgement of our identity in Richmond at the General Assembly. And so it was years of planning. And in fact, our travel center was planned in 1921. And we had all the documentation of the planning from the council, and we actually used that in the design of the building. This as well, so that is so important to not only your project and making your project successful, but it's so important that you have an accountability to your community. It's not like we're out here doing a business and we're marketing to everybody. We're marketing to our families and the people that we love and the people who love us. And so there's an increased accountability to what we do. And so we decided we were going to contact everybody. Now that we have Zoom, we have all of our members get to come online, and we set up work groups for our strategic plan, and from the different age groups, and everybody gave in their ideas of where we wanted to go. And so we went through the discovery phase, the discussion phase, and the decision phase. And it was a year-long process, but it was so beneficial for so many different reasons that we learned all about our community. So I would encourage you, if you haven't done that, please do that. And then we had, at the end, a bunch of feasibility studies that needed to be done. These feasibility studies are extremely important because they're kind of your roadmap of what you can and you can't do. And that's really important for accountability. So what you're seeing here is our strategic planning process, our time frame, and participants. This is tree planting day on our 465 acres. So there was a 5-acre plot of land that needed to be reforested, and we decided we were going to create a food forest. And so we have all kinds of nuts and fruits and berries that are being replanted on that. So not just for the wildlife, but for our members who want to go over and gather. And this is one of our latest members and his mom that was out there with us that day. And so we began our planning with a survey of our priorities, and we got a 66% response from everyone in the process, and the results were published in our newsletter in July of 21. And our work groups took the 5 top priorities and they began to work on them. And the planning time frame of 3 to 5 years was established to define economic priorities and begin our feasibility studies. And so that process, so the photo there that you're seeing is one of the things that we learned in, and we needed to know for years, was telling our own story. And because we were not skilled in that area, we had to depend on other people to tell our story. And we didn't want to do that. So we started a film school. And these are the team members and some of our tribal members that are learning both podcasting and sound and also filming and editing and production. And then our master plan identified and validated the tribe's target areas for feasibilities. And so we've had a lot of that done. 3 broad programs areas were established to build sustainability. And one was commercial enterprises, which Carolyn is taking care of for us. Cultural tourism. So the 465 that we just got back on the river is going to become a part of our cultural tourism. And government and commercial contracting. Studies are currently underway to determine feasibility for projects in the commercial enterprises category involving market research, technical feasibility, and regulatory environment. So very, very important for the foundation of any work that you're going to do to build economic sustainability. This is my tribal council. And so we begin involvement more with the community and bringing them in for setting up committees for these various things that we work on. Tribal council has, as Marty knows, and Chief Anderson, it's it's just overwhelming, the responsibility and the work for tribal people, tribal council people. And so we set up these kind of committees to help mitigate some of that and take some of that heavy lifting off of them. So our progress reporting to tribal council every month, monthly reports, quarterly meetings with tribal council and staff, bringing that together, those relationships, building trust in the employees that we have. Internal quarterly goal tracking record, and so each department is responsible for tracking the progress of those departments, along with, according to the goals in our master plan, strategies for each goal, priority completed, plan completed, dates, status and obstacles, strategies to overcome obstacles. We've gotten really good at that. And so for all of the projects that we have going, all of these things apply, and they will apply to yours as well. Economic sustainability. And so one of those things, Marty, again, is powwow. Powwow is the way that we can build economic sustainability within our community. It incorporates our culture. It creates a place for people to gather, your people, and to build relationships with the public and outside people. Communication is critical. I'm going to tell you something real quick here, and you have to tell me, Carolyn, you have to tell me when to shut up. But communications, and I didn't realize this, I was thinking in communications in my mind was about how well our staff communicated with our council and keeping our council informed, and sending our newsletter out to our members and keeping our members informed. But when we began to raise large amounts of money, like millions, I realized the critical importance of communications with the exterior. So when you go and you get $1 million grant or a $2 million grant from someone, they want to be communicated with. They want to know how you're progressing, and because you're not required to give them quarterly reports like the government, it's important to keep them updated along the way through social media, and through distribution of articles, newspaper articles, any kind of awards that the tribe has received, and those kinds of things. And so that was a real kind of new to me. I hadn't really thought about any of that. Comprehensive feasibility studies to conduct market research, technical and regulatory requirements, and financial strategies are key to ensure your success. So it's important to get your marketing and to know who your market is, what you can give your market in terms of purchase power, because that financial strategy is going to ensure your success. We've done branding. We're still in the process of doing branding, because each of the projects that we are doing now requires its own brand through our LLC. Well-defined feasibility studies are essential to define project requirements prior to developing solutions. So it gives you a jumping off point to say, okay, so this is a problem. This is how we plan to address that problem and mitigate those issues. Accountability through the process. So that goes into the reports to our funders and also to our tribal council and our members. Commitment to achieving short-term and strategic goals. And Carolyn can tell you about my 2 and my 3 o'clock a.m. emails that I send out to staff people, because that's when I can think clearly. And I have a list of things every day that need to be done. And instead of me trying to remember to tell everybody the next morning, I just send the emails while I'm thinking about it. These are the chiefs that are involved with the Tribal Nations of Virginia conference. So this conference, we started in 21. Our tribe started this. We raised the money. we pulled in all of the tribes, and we started looking at, first of all, as tribal people, we had to educate. So we've spent our whole lives trying to educate legislators and agency heads, and it goes on and on and on. And so this was a way of highlighting the history of the Virginia tribes and their legal treaties that have not been abrogated, and to let these state agencies understand what sovereignty means, that they now have 7 sovereign nations in the state of Virginia, and what that's going to mean for them as well as us. So we hosted that the first year, and we've hosted it, this will be coming up the 3rd year. It's on September the 14th in Richmond at the Crossings. And you can go to www.sovereignnationsofvirginia.org, and you can get all the information on that. We bring in resources for the tribes, kind of like this, but in all the different areas. So economic, cultural, and environmental sustainability is embedded in each program area that we pursue. Planning time frame of 3 to 5 years focuses our efforts on building long-term programs for our citizens, and recognition that sustainability is a process and not an endpoint. That's really important to remember when you're working especially with tribes. So our success stories, this is a photograph of our drum, the Mascapel drum, and this was at the April 1 celebration of the acquisition of the 465 acres. And Secretary Holland came and celebrated with us. Let's see. And we celebrated a milestone of a centuries-long quest to return our homeland to the river known as Fawn's Cliffs. We acquired 10 acres of land near the tribal center for a vegetable garden to provide training and sustainable agricultural practices. The garden will provide fresh food for the tribal community. Building economic sustainability. We have an agribusiness. This is our garden at the tribal center, and this is our agribusiness here. And I also remembered when on the last slide, we are also setting up a cultural environmental education center. And that is to teach environmental groups, children, college kids, about indigenous conservation methods and philosophies and ways of thinking about how important the land is and these natural resources are to our survival as human beings. That if we don't do something about it, we all cease to exist on the land. Success stories about our Return to the River program, which is really a leadership program, but is taking our tribal youth and teaching them traditional river stewardship and the culture of the river and their traditions, turning that into an ecological tourism project that will be managed by our youth and young adults. And this is training them to take over what we're doing today. We just purchased a dental clinic, which is going to expand dental services to our tribal citizens, and it will also generate revenue and create jobs. And that's the Sovereign Nations of Virginia annual conference as well. This year, it's on green, sustainable economic development. And then Carolyn has taken us into the whole world of SAM and federal contracting, and she's done a great job with all of that. It was something I didn't know very much about. And so this is what she has laid out for that program. And so we participate in industry days and conferences and webinars to gain information on federal requirement opportunities that are available to tribes. So it's been a pleasure to be with you, and if you want information from me or Carolyn, there's our contact information. And I am honored to have been here with you today, and I can't wait to see all of the things that these tribes have in mind for their communities. So, and I'm a resource if you ever need me, you know that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a couple more minutes, and Kai was gracious enough to say we can push back just a little bit on the time. I'd love to take the time to offer a little Q&A. So, and unfortunately, our other mic stopped working, so we're trying to adjust. But maybe if you can just repeat the audience questions back, so our streaming audience can hear it too. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm on the buy side, so I work for Fannie Mae. Some of you may have heard of that particular enterprise. But I'm very curious that you're getting your 8A certification. What are you looking to sell?
Well, right now we do a lot of different things. We're doing conservation at the top of our game. We're doing education. We are also doing conference planning and management. We're doing professional services, financial management, organizational development, those kinds of things. So,
Again, it was just a curious
okay.
question because, again, we buy a ton of professional services, so I'm very curious as to how you position.
Yeah, I was thinking that from Fannie Mae. I'm a former banker, so I know all about you guys. Yeah, okay. Marty.
Could you talk about, you mentioned an LLC, could you talk about how you all developed your structure to be able to do economic development and how that works with your organization and being a tribe and things like that?
So it's like an umbrella corporation, and right now it's Rappahannock Enterprises. So all of the government contracting, the agribusiness, all of the businesses will be under that umbrella. And we have our own business board. So they're separate from the tribal council. We have one of our council members on that board, and I'm on that board. But the rest of the people are industry experts.
Is it just under the tribe? It's not affiliated with anyone, just LLC?
Under the tribe. Yep.
Under tribal law.
Yep.
So under the sustainability and with efforts for being green, I've been reading a lot about microgrids on tribal
Lands.
Is that something you guys are considering doing?
Absolutely. So a lot of the infrastructure law that came out, tons of funding for those kinds of things. And we have engaged with our local electric co-op, and we're talking to them about applying for, some of it was just a allocation, just like we got a dump, and then others you can go in for the grants. But we're looking at putting a micro grid at our tribal center, as well as a charging station.
So as a contractor that would want to do that, a native company for a native nation, would I just reach out to you and say, hey, I'd be interested in installing like a microgrid here?
So yes, please give your card to Carolyn. And anyone else that's interested in contracts.
Could you, for those who are interested in starting, diversifying their economy by starting either a holding company or an enterprise company like you have, you said you set up a board that's separate from the council. Could you explain a little bit of why that's so important? Because there's mistakes that are made without separating the political and the business.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So I'm just going to give you an example. You're going to start a business, okay? You're going to go and get all your family. You're going to bring them in. You're going to make them board members. They don't have any idea anything about the business. They don't know anything about the industry. But they know you, and they love each other. And I don't know how many of you have ever had family fights around the dinner table, but that's what happens when you bring in a tribal council, because that's all that is an extended family. And you don't want to do that. You don't want your revenue to depend on whether your sister or your brother agree with you or not. Okay? So with the wisdom of Miss Carolyn Fortune, she said, no, we can't do that, because that's what the tribal council wanted to do, because they want to control. You know, when revenue is coming in, they want to be in control of it. And so we had to convince them through a consultant that was non-native that came in to help us do our business plan, our strategic plan. And what we have found is, and a lot of tribes want to go out and they want to hire native consultants to come in. But what happened to us, it was really transformational. Our tribe saw that there was someone looking from the outside at them and giving them the best practices to use in all of this. And they could have, and I know inside they wanted to say, oh, but you know, we can, but they didn't. They realized in that 1 year process that outside consultant took us through, the importance of separating the two. We want to be successful, and we want to do it in the best possible way. And so that's what they ended up understanding when they went through that 1 year process. And so we have people on our board that have been in government contracting for 30 years, people at their top of the game that bring in millions of dollars to other tribes, and then people who are working for other tribes in the industry, because that's what we wanted. We're a banker. Oh, you got to have a lawyer, and there you are. You got your board. And so that's what we did. And then these people work for the business. They don't work for the tribe. They work for the business of the tribe.
So just one more, and you'll
Yes.
be here,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so just one more, and then you can also chat with Chief Ann and Carolyn as well. They'll be here through the day.
Chief
One
Keith?
last, yeah.
We understand what the chief and both those entities separate, but at the same time, how do you foster respect and open communication between both groups?
So we do that because I'm on the board. And one of my very ex-military colonel is on the board with me, who is excellent at all of it and has overseen contracts for 35, 40 years for the military. And so they highly respect the fact that we're on the board. And we give our input, and decisions are made based on what's best that comes out of that group. So it's not the tribe trying to control what's going on, because these industry experts can tell us what the best practice is. So we make decisions based on those best practices, and that's how you become successful. Did you have?
Yes, I did. I thought I didn't stand a chance because Keith is bigger than me.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you. Leroy Harden, Nottaway Indian Tribe of Virginia, California.
Oh, Leroy.
Yes, it's me. I know. So, with your agribusiness, your source for funding that, was it federal money or state dollars? Or your another source?
We don't do anything with the state. But we've got some funding from the federal government, and then we have our own investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Kaya, who graciously gave up some of her speaking time because she understood that we were all so interested and wanted to have a couple more minutes. Kaya is also available here throughout the day and at the end of the day for networking as well. I'm going to hand you your remote. So I learned my lesson, and I brought Kaya's bio up with me just in case. She actually would prefer to introduce herself, so we're going to let her do that, but I can't resist saying that Kai is a great colleague at NCAIED. She travels a lot. She talks to people all the time about exporting, and she and Joanne Nota, who is the project director, are very hard at work. And as a two-person team, it's absolutely astonishing what they get accomplished. What was the size of that big contract that you guys helped facilitate? 35 million, right? Yeah, exactly. So, so they do a phenomenal job. And then last of all, I have to tell you, she's great for karaoke. We had so much fun. All right, here you go.
Dagoda. Hello, everyone. My name is Kaya Jackson, and I come from the St. Carlos Apache Nation out in Arizona. I'm so excited to be here with you all today and just kind of tell you what we do at our export center. So, let's see. We're underneath the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. We kind of went over that throughout the day, but just a little bit of background on that. We launched our MBDA Export Center back in 2021. Both Joanne and I came on board on 2022, but there are other MBDA export centers out there. So there's 2 in Texas, San Antonio and Houston, and then we have 1 in Miami, Florida. Other close centers that we work with, MBDA Advanced Manufacturing Centers, we have those in Maryland, Connecticut, Kentucky, and then San Antonio as well. Also a procurement office in the DC area for MBDA. So our export center, what we do is we help minority-owned companies who are wanting to get into the global market, whether that's through products or services. Also, being underneath the National Center, we're able to be an advocate for all of Native communities. That includes in the lower 48, the Alaskan Native corporations, and then the Native Hawaiians. We're able to do this through different trainings like today, where we connect you with local resources, like we'll have the U.S. Commercial Service coming up soon to speak. I just hosted a webinar yesterday. We did that through our contact with the Mexican Canada, foreign trade, free trade agreement folks. And so they were able to talk on that topic. And then we brought in our client, the one who Jess had brought up. They're called the Akana Group, and so they were able to speak on how they utilize the Australian trade agreement. And so we do those monthly. Our next one will be July 17th or 19th. You can find my information in the back. Email me for the exact date. Other ones, you can find us always at Res. We have several different sessions pertaining to exporting. And then this past year, we were able to connect with the Canadian consulate out of LA and put on an indigenous to indigenous matchmaking between Canadian companies and then tribal entities and then tribal member-owned businesses during Res. And so that was really exciting. But I'm going to leave it to Jess to kind of go over what we did there. Other than that, you can find us with some of our other resource partners, which I'll go into. Let me see. So, why export? Did you know that more than 95% of the world's consumers are outside the U.S.? So, with the Biden administration, they realized that there was a deficit with exporting. So that's why they created these export centers, and there was a lot more focus into it because we want U.S. companies, but I want minority companies, and then even kind of narrow it down, our Native American communities to be exporting. So they grow your sales, diversify your incomes, give you a competitive advantage, and just overall job creation, which is really good for all of our communities. The services we offer, we do a wide variety of different things, mainly technical assistance. We do direct matchmaking, training and education, similar to like today, and then connecting you with other National Center resources like our Apex accelerators, our other project managers. So we have other resources within the National Center, like our SBA groups. And then just assist with market research. Resource partners. So one of our resource partners that we brought today with is U.S. Commercial Services. We are based out, our headquarters are based out in Mesa, Arizona, so I work really closely with the Arizona team of U.S. Commercial Services, and they help in so many ways. If you guys ever need any information whatsoever about exporting, you can go to their website at www.trade.gov, but I will let Ogla talk more about U.S. Commercial Services. Another one that we have is the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. I know it says import in there, but they mainly just work with exporting, and they are a resource when it comes to insurance-wise, when it comes to exporting. But other close people we work with, we had another speaker today from the Small Business Development Center. They have an export program. He was unable to join us today, but Ola will also speak a little bit on what he does and what their relationship is like. We work closely with the SBAs. So SBA has a program called the STEP Grant, which helps small businesses who are looking to get into export or already exporting. It varies, though, from state to state, so I didn't get a chance to look at Virginia's information, but you can find more information on the SBA.gov website. Here is Joanne's contact information, my contact information, and then just our office contact information. But I'm going to turn it over to Jess so she can talk a little bit about what we did with the Canadian Consulate, or Canadian Embassy of Canada.
Hi. So wanted to chat a little bit about our relationship and a great business matchmaking event that we did with the U.S. Commercial Service, actually based out of the American Embassy in Ottawa, Canada. So for those of you who came to our DC event, I'm sure you remember that and the business matchmaking that we had the following day after the Institute. But just to give you a little background on kind of how that happened and what we did, they actually reached out to us, which was fabulous, right? They were putting together a trade mission called the Can-Arctic Trade Mission, and this particular event was focused not just on Canadian Indigenous businesses, but specific to the far north, right? Because doing business in the far north, as our Alaskans in the room will tell you, can look a little bit different, right? There are unique challenges. We have a lot of rural businesses here in the lower 48, rural in the far north, rural in Alaska, it's a little bit different, right? Different things that we have going on. So they reached out to us and said, hey, we've got this trade mission, we'd love to meet with you. And I said, well, hey, I'm on like day 2 of a new job, but thanks for calling. Let's talk. And it just so happened that we were able to schedule to have our event in conjunction with theirs. And so we have these contacts within the U.S. Commercial Service. We're able to help facilitate some of those connections because, as Olga is going to tell you in a little bit, the U.S. Commercial Service is committed to helping our American businesses to export and to do business elsewhere. So, should you want connections to those specific folks from that embassy, we're happy to do that. The other thing that we're happy to help with is, let's say you're looking for another connection. Maybe we don't necessarily already have that relationship established, but we're happy to help reach out, right? At the beginning of the day, I talked about one of the big things that we do is simply to build bridges, just to make those connections and try to help you get the resources that you need. So if we don't have the existing relationship, we're happy to be a facilitator, right? Sometimes those cold calls can be a little intimidating, but when you ask us to do that for you, you're not just making the connection, you're also tapping into the National Center's resources so that we can support you throughout your work and to build those relationships. So that was a great business matchmaking event, and I'm not sure you probably already said it, but I want to emphasize one of the big things that came out of that is that exporting and making these connections is not just goods, right? It's not just physical items, because we had a lot of people kind of asking in advance, well, what I do is services, so maybe this isn't the right event for me. What do I have to offer if I'm not selling things that you need in the far north, right? If you're not making warm clothing, right, or survival gear, what's the relationship? But services are such an important export area, right? If you have a consulting business, you could be an exporter, right, of those professional services as well. Is there anything else you wanted me to highlight from that event, or? Yeah, okay, and then I'll let Kaya introduce Olga, and we'll invite her up to the front of the room to speak as well. Thanks, Kaya.
Okay, so how we kind of got connected with the Canadian Embassy was through Select USA. Have you guys ever heard Select USA? Okay, so it's really big, and it's international. So they have it out in DC, and they highlight all of the states, and we have representatives from all over the world to attend. And so the states are exhibiting, their state, basically. They're like, come work with us. And so with the National Center, we wanted to go there and represent tribal nations. And so each year we make more connections. Past year, we were able to bring out 3 different tribes to come and speak on, similar to what Chief Ann did today, where she gave an overview of the economics of her tribe. So we did that with other tribes, and we want to do more of that, and we want to highlight their enterprises, their corporations, and not just the tribes, but the members, their own individual businesses. And so that's what we are wanting to do with Select USA. But we made that connection with them, and there's so much opportunity out there for Indian country to start exporting, and that's what we want to support. And so through Select USA, that's how we're able to do it. Let me see, what else? There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. But I'll bring up Olga now so she could get into what the U.S. Commercial Service does. And they are in over 100 cities worldwide, not worldwide, 100 cities in the U.S., almost in every major city in state. And then she can probably tell you how much countries you guys are represented in it as well. But here's one of our resource partners. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, so Olga comes from the U.S. Commercial Services with over 15 years of experience and connections in international trade, foreign direct investment, international economics, commercial diplomacy, and U.S. economic development. In her previous role as Vice President of Business Development for the Greater Richmond Partnership, Olga promoted Richmond and the Commonwealth at large as the best location in country for international businesses. In her current role at the U.S. Commercial Service, part of the U.S. Department of Commerce International Trade Administration, Olga assists companies that are new to exporting or expanding to new markets by offering them a full range of expertise in international trade. Olga is a graduate of the Virginia Commonwealth University, where she obtained her master's degree in urban and regional planning program, while also earning her public management certificate. And we have Olga.
does this thing? Yeah. How does this? Okay. Perfect. Well, thanks so much, Kaya. Thanks again for inviting me to speak here today. This is my first time presenting to the audience, so I'm very excited, and I hope that we'll continue our partnership. And again, I'm here as a resource for you going forward. So as Kaya mentioned, my name is Olga Molnar. I am the International Trade Specialist with the U.S. Commercial Service. I'm based in Richmond, Virginia, what we call a U.S. Export Assistance Center. So I'm a standalone office. What we say, we have 2 offices in Virginia, one in Arlington, one in Richmond, and we divide it, geographically. So I cover like the Hampton Roads area, Eastern Virginia, as well as Southwest Virginia, and our office in Arlington covers our DC area and Northern Virginia. So as Kaya was mentioning, we do have offices across the country in pretty much every major city, in all the states. And depending on your location, your headquarters location, that's how your company gets assigned to us. So you'll hear someone's, if we ask you, okay, where are you headquartered, that helps us determine who should be your point of contact locally, because we want to be close to you and, provide that personal assistance. So I am here locally, just for any of you that are based here. So Kaya, again, she kind of started like, why exports matter. I'm not sure how many of you export or do international trade at this point, but hopefully with this presentation, at least I'll pique your interest and you'll give it some thought. So, more than 70% of purchasing power, global purchasing power, is located outside of the United States. So that's one of the reasons why you should think about international trade to begin with. However, when it comes to GDP, in the United States, only 11% of GDP is generated by exports. And when you look at this map, like Germany, 47% come from export. Our friends in Canada, 31%. So United States is really, really lagging behind other countries and other nations when it comes to exporting. United States is one of the largest consumer markets in the world, obviously. I feel a lot of companies feel there are plenty of opportunities here domestically, but again, there are many, many opportunities located outside of the United States. Some reasons why you should think about exporting. Companies that export, they grow faster, and they are less likely to go out of business because it provides you with some, stability. That's where the money is. Again, about 96% of the U.S. world population is located outside of the U.S., and that's where the people are, and that's where the growth is happening and will be happening in the future. Another reason, I think internationally has a very good reputation, and a lot of countries and businesses want to do business with the U.S. You probably see a lot, like now, companies that manufacture, do services in U.S., they'll say made in USA. And I think that brings a lot of leverage when we get reached out by international businesses. They want to made in U.S. products. They want to do business with U.S. companies because there is a reputation that these products or services, they're reliable, they are durable, they are safe. There is high business ethics in this country. So international companies feel very comfortable doing business with the U.S. businesses, maybe unlike some other countries. But the reality is that less than 5% of small and medium enterprises, they export. And those that export, 58 just sell to one market. So there is still a lot of room to grow and a lot of work that we need to accomplish. And if you are not exporting currently, most likely your competitors are exporting or at least thinking about that. And, when you export, you increase your portfolio, you diversify it. Again, you bring a little bit of more growth and stability to your company. And also another misconception that we hear a lot, companies think that you have to be maybe a large corporation to export, right? It's kind of, the process itself may seem intimidating. It does require lots of resources. It does require some effort, but it can be done by any company. I work with a number of companies that are maybe just a startup or one person company, or maybe they just have 5 employees and they're already exporting. So just don't think that exporting is only available to large corporations. A majority of our customers are small businesses. And that's, what I wanted to highlight. There are more than 32,000 exporters in the US, and about 85% of those are small and medium enterprises. So again, majority of them are small businesses. And last fiscal year, we helped generate companies about 2.2 million in revenues. So companies that export see increase. And also we help support around 625,000 jobs and more than $467 billion in exports. Also, your return on investment, and well, we're a federal agency, I'll talk a little bit about that more, but our return on investment is $1 for every $360 that we receive. So, we have something to back our efforts. One new program that I wanted to highlight quickly is our Global Diversity Export Initiative. This is a new initiative created by White House, and this program is specifically targeted towards underserved communities, rural businesses, women-owned, LGBTQ, disabled, veteran, Native. So we're at the U.S. Commercial Service are trying to be a little bit more proactive, and that's why I'm so thankful for the opportunity to speak today and reach out to those businesses that, traditionally maybe have been overlooked or haven't received all the resources they need. So with this initiative, we're just trying to be a little bit more proactive from the federal government perspective and U.S. Commercial Service. And that kind of is important because when you look at statistics, right, the number of minority businesses that are exporting are severely underrepresented compared to non-minority businesses. And when you break that down a little bit more by race or ethnicity, you can see the gap is even bigger. So I think that's why it's so important for this initiative. And that's why we're trying to be, again, so active and in working with these businesses and in making sure that they have all the resources that they need. So now I quickly will shift gears and speak about U.S. Commercial Service, who we are, kind of the services that we offer, and how you can utilize us. So we are one of the agencies within the U.S. Department of Commerce. As you can see, MBDA is one of them, as well as Economic Development Administration and Bureau of Economic Analysis. So we are International Trade Administration. However, I would be remiss to say that we do this all by ourselves. We do have a number of great partners and other state and federal agencies that we rely upon in providing our services. Kaya mentioned Select USA. So Select USA is also Department U.S. Commercial Service Bureau one within the U.S. Commercial Service. However, the difference between Select USA and us is Select USA is in charge of foreign direct investment. So they are helping states, and tribal nations to ensure that the foreign direct investment comes to their specific locality. And also they are promoting U.S. as a preferred location as a country for foreign direct investment in general, because there is a lot of competition. For now, United States is still #1 destination for foreign direct investment, but, our hope is that we'll stay like that for a while, but there is a lot of competition, and competition is increasing. So that's why the purpose and the goal of Select USA is to encourage foreign direct investment into the United States. We work very closely with them, and usually we on the local level are being asked to help with FDI projects as well, but there is that resource available for you as well if you're interested in bringing foreign direct investment to your backyard. There are many other agencies. For example, within the U.S. Commercial Service, we have a Bureau of Industry and Analysis. That's the compliance. You hear a lot about export regulations. That's not us. That would be our sister agency, but we can definitely help you with making introductions. And of course, on the local level, there are many resources through chambers, universities, economic development organizations, et cetera, that are here as a resource for you as well. So internationally, we're located in more than 70 countries around the world. We are located most of the time with the U.S. embassies. In some instances, we have separate offices. Where we don't have a presence, we partner with the State Department, and we work with their economic office to provide assistance. And this is the location of where our offices are. Again, our mission and goal is to help U.S. businesses export through our global network and our resources. And we're very results driven. Unlike some other federal agencies, we have specific goals and metrics that we have to meet. We're very client facing. That's why we're located in cities across the country, because our job is to be where the businesses are. The services that we offer can be grouped into like 4 major buckets, I would say. One of them being export counseling, market intelligence, business matchmaking, and commercial diplomacy. I'll go through them in a little bit more detail so you can kind of get an idea of the services that we do offer. So export counseling, this is usually the first step, right? If you never exported in your life and you're just curious to learn about the process, or maybe some of the challenges, so things you need to be aware of, I would highly encourage you to reach out to any of us. And this is also a good time to bring in my colleague from SBDC, Erin, who couldn't be here. We really work closely, at least I in Virginia work really closely with Erin, especially when it comes to counseling new to export companies. Because whether it's a product, like I said, or a service, you can export those, but you need to be aware of certain rules and regulations. So you don't get a knock on the door, not from us, another agency. But anyways, that's our job, to kind of provide you with that information and give you all the resources so you are prepared. So even now, if you are not exporting and you think you'll never export in your life, but I've spoken to so many businesses. If you have a website, you're probably doing business international already, right? Anyone can find you. Where a company receives a call from New Zealand and they want to buy their product or service, they get super excited and they ship it. Somehow then they call me and they say, well, this product is being shipped, and I ask them about export compliance and regulations. If they looked whether they need a license, they said no. What license? It's something, we just shipped it, it's a drone. I'm like, well, first of all, you can't ship anything just willy-nilly. You need to really be aware of all the regulations. And one company, they literally had something sitting in the warehouse, and I said, you cannot ship anything. Stop shipping. You need to ensure you don't need an export license, because if you do, and the federal agency finds out, they will come after you. And there are penalties, prison sentences, but it doesn't usually come to that. But that's our kind of job, because these companies, again, they do business, right? You sell all the time, and it doesn't even occur to them that selling to Canada, it's an international market. They say, well, we don't export, we just sell to Canada. Well, Canada is a foreign country, so you are exporting, or Mexico. Or it's a service, so we just send some file. Well, if even sending over internet something over email, you may need to have an export license for that. So that's kind of where export counseling we come in and say, okay, even before you start exporting, there are certain things you need to be aware of. So when you get that call and you get super excited, you kind of hopefully keep in the back of your mind that there are resources available for you. E-commerce is another, right? Everyone does trade on internet right now. You're selling your products, services. Again, most of the time, 95% of the services or products do not need the export license agreement or export licenses, but certain products do. However, we do have a number of resources for e-commerce. We have a strategic partnership with Amazon, for example, and we have lots and lots of webinars helping you to sell over the internet as well. This is our website, trade.gov. If you haven't been on it, I would encourage you to go to this website. Again, these are some of the resources that we have, and it's kind of a nice guide. It can walk you through, are you new to exporting, or have you exported? Do you have a specific question? Our website has a ton of information. I use it as Google. I just do keyword search, and it shows up all the information. A little bit, once the company is ready to export, we go a little bit deeper into market intelligence and saying, okay, you've had some interest from this market, or you don't know which market you may be selling to, and and we can kind of guide you through that. We do have a lot of information on the website, as I mentioned, but specifically country commercial guides. So for example, if you are interested in selling to Canada or Mexico, we have a country commercial guide for those countries, and they provide information on what products maybe are in demand in that market, or what regulations exist, or how to do business in that country. So it's more like geared towards businesses versus, you know, you're visiting that country. Our bread and butter is business matchmaking. That's where I think we're are the strongest. We provide that through usually, like, we will attend a trade show and we'll bring foreign delegations with us, and that's usually the easiest way for businesses to meet with potential buyers or agents at those trade shows, and you don't even have to travel internationally. So usually we have colleagues at any major trade show. A lot of them are in Las Vegas, as you can imagine, and if it's a certified trade mission, we'll usually bring foreign delegations. So we'll recruit agents or buyers from all over the world and bring them, and companies have an opportunity to meet with them there. But also a lot of times companies will reach out to us saying, we'll be, like, again, in Mexico or Canada, we're trying to find a distributor or agent in that country, can you help us? And we'll pre-set up those appointments for you, we'll pre-qualify those businesses, and you'll have a chance to meet either virtually or in person. And that's our Gold Key service, one of the best known services. Again, trade events, we put a lot of trade events. We have trade delegations that we take with us to different markets. For example, we just had an education trade mission to India, but we also have a lot of trade events called Discover Global Markets, and they're happening on the local level. So that's kind of the reverse, where we bring the foreign buyers to United States and we have those matchmaking sessions there. Finally, many companies don't realize, but commercial diplomacy is one of services that we offer, especially when it comes to tenders. So a lot of companies, for example, if you are bidding on an international tender, it's a public tender, we can help you and advocate on behalf of you. So we have this advocacy program. It's free. If you meet the requirements, you can apply for it. And then we kind of represent you in the tender and make sure that, you know, there are no shady business happening in that country or anything illegal, and that you are given a chance. And we are actually encouraging those foreign governments to do business with U.S. businesses. So we are kind of your cheerleader on the ground and ensuring that you have a fair chance in that tender. So that's something that we do as well. Another great resource for you if you're doing like government procurement and interested in doing some international procurement, United Nations and World Trade Bank, they have a number of procurement opportunities for small businesses. And a lot of my clients, I encourage them to check those out because that's kind of sometimes an easy way to get into international trade. And that's available publicly. We also can assist with kind of navigating that process a little bit. Just some quotes from some of our clients. Again, many businesses don't know we exist and that resources are available, but we are here to support you. Some just impact on the state level. Again, we supported over 78,000 jobs in Virginia, and we work with, more than 5,270 companies that sell internationally. Again, some other resources for you. We're not the only agency. MBDA, again, they are a great resource. We work closely with the U.S. Export-Import Bank. We work with SBA, SBDC. All of those are a resource. Also on this state level, of course, there is Virginia Economic Development Partnership. They have a very strong international trade program as well. We don't have any grants, unfortunately, but VEDP, they manage a STEP grant that's available to companies interested in international trade. They can, even help you with your website redesign if you're interested in that, or they have grants to cover some of your travel expenses. So that's available. But also there are some other resources available, number of videos and information that if you're just curious to learn more about exporting, I would encourage you to do that. And finally, that's kind of the end of my presentation. My contact is here as well as my colleagues in Arlington. Again, I'm excited to be here. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us or a representative in your state. We'll be happy to chat with you and answer any questions. So with that, thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Jess.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, no, so quick show of hands, how many people are already exporting? Really? Okay. How many people are thinking about it now? Yeah, right? Okay. So I think it's great that we have you here. We have the resource partners. We can facilitate those connections. There are a couple of other things that I wanted to highlight about export. The first is security clearances, right? And your relationships with these businesses. So in my experience, if you have a security clearance, you're already pretty aware of what the potential impacts are, being mindful of your travel, you know, all of those relationships. So, and then the second thing that I wanted to note is sometimes with export, there may be native business specific considerations. So a long time ago, we don't need to talk about how many years, I did an internship at the World Trade Center in Anchorage, Alaska, because I'm also from Alaska, and I know we have Akiak and Ninilchik in the room, which is great. So in that internship, a lot of what we were focusing on is what are the specific rules, because there may be highly specific rules for export. And mainly I was working with walrus ivory and Kiviat, trying to figure out what are the rules, and also woolly mammoth and mastodon ivory, right? So just as a for instance, can you sell and export mastodon or woolly mammoth ivory? What do you think? Actually, because they've been extinct for so long, mastodon and woolly mammoth are generally easier to sell, right? And then for walrus, do you already know what the rules are for walrus ivory?
Only if you're native.
Native, and I think it's 1/4? At least 1/4, right? And there can be some specific rules about signatures and, right? There's a lot that goes into it. So I just want to point out that particularly for native businesses that you might need to look into this, right? You might need to learn a little bit about your products and if there are limitations, and like with the ivory, there's a difference between selling it domestically versus internationally, right? And it can get complicated. So take the time to learn about that in advance, because this is not one of those situations where you want to get forgiveness instead of permission. That's not the approach here for that one.
Sorry, one thing I wanted to mention, because we're talking about exporting. I heard like some of you, travel and tourism. That's one thing, one industry that we're also very active, and people don't think exporting for travel and tourism, but international tourists and students are considered an export. So we have a very active travel and tourism team. So for any of you that are maybe in travel and tourism industry, if you're thinking of attracting international tourists or maybe agents, that's one thing that we work with as well. We can bring, the marketing partners. There is actually an event happening, not put by us, but Power Partnership, I believe in October in Richmond. We're trying to bring a lot of minority and underserved travel and tourism organizations, just hence the name Power Partnership, to create awareness, right, of maybe some areas that are not as well known to tourists or something. So if that's also something you're interested in, we do have a travel and tourism team, and we try to be kind of helpful in that sense as well. And also education, but I don't think there are educational institutions representatives here, so just one thing.
Great, thank you so much. So we've got a couple of minutes. Questions for Kaya or Olga? What would you like to know? Is that something we can share? Yeah, yes. Yeah, so for anything that we're able to share, we will send out that link after the event so that everybody can have access to it. We're recording it. That streaming link will be available. Yeah. What else? Yes?
So we are working with, have been working with the South Sudanese community.
Uh-huh.
Get ready to develop a school. So I haven't, everything that I've had to do so far has been locally
because I do it here with the U.S. Embassy, the South Sudanese ambassador and things here. But next year, we're having to go because we're implementing plans. Would that get into any challenges when it comes to exports? I mean, I'm providing a service. I never thought about a service as an export.
Yeah, so even like consulting, right?
Right.
Think of an export, anytime you're getting paid, money comes from other country, comes to US, right? You're being paid by, yeah, or like if like someone in Sudan is paying for your services and the money is coming to your account in US, that's an export. Whether you're a consultant, again, the same like goes well with tourists or international students, right? They are coming here, which is reverse logic, but because the money is coming from the outside, it's an export. With services, it's not as, like usually no export licensing is required unless you're like in military or, you know, like highly sensitive areas or dual use. For example, if you're consulting on, you know, construction of a maybe plane or submarine, then yes, it gets a little bit trickier. But most of the time, if you're just going there and consulting, doesn't need you don't need any specific requirements, regulations. You can still check on that, but you're able to go there, just ensuring then from your end, like getting paid, right? And then we also encourage, anytime my clients are in a country, I say, hey, introduce to our embassy there if we have a representative, so they know they're here, that you are there, not the State Department, but economic, because in case you run into any challenges or maybe non-payment issues, we can help you. Or we get a lot of requests from, these scam emails where you receive an email saying, oh, we're from this country and we want to do business with you, we'll transfer $1 million to you, like come and what we can do through our embassy, we can check the legitimacy of that company and say, well, that company is not legit. Like, don't do business with them. Like, don't send them any money. So yeah. So I think you're safe. But yes, if you go and serve, then you would be an exporter, even though you're just offering consulting.
Thank you so much. So a couple of you are giving me the kind of eye contact that says I'm hangry. So I don't want to be the barrier between you and lunch. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. We've got a buffet set up in the back. Those of you who requested vegetarian, vegan, or gluten-free, there's a red penne pasta for you. And then there's also a chicken entree. So go ahead and serve yourselves and bring your plates back in here and take this time to network as well.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point.
We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference. We got it was a $160 million municipal bond. And with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also. If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard, thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, got to plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did, but now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of business it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
Ooh, ooh.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, gotta plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did. But now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of businesses it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years.
We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to deal them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA.
We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference. We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, got to plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did. But now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of businesses it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits, so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained, and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to deal them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, a education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference. We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can
have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard, thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, gotta plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did. But now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of business it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years.
We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning, my name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide what.
So we'll gather in everybody from the terrace. Did some of you get to dine outside today? Yeah, nice perk, right? Yeah, we hoped that the weather would be cooperative and there wouldn't be too many storms. You all got enough to eat. Are you a little sleepy? You got a warm meal in your belly? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, so as we get started, and I'm sorry to interrupt because I know you're all having very good conversations, and it's actually one of the most important parts of this event. We try to have a good lengthy lunch so that you can make those networking connections. I wanted to invite Sharon Hamer to speak. We were talking earlier about RES and that event, and Sharon went to RES last year, and this year, boy, yeah, this year. And I wondered if you could give us a little bit of perspective of how it was and what was beneficial.
Sure. Again, my name is Sharon Hamer. I am the president and co-founder to a family of tribal-owned businesses from Alaska. I am Yupik, and my village is Akiak Native community in Southwest Alaska. We are primarily IT consultants for the federal government. And, you know, I thought about going to RES last year because it's every year, and I thought, oh, you know, that's not something for us. And then we changed our mind this year, and we actually went, it was in April, I think it was in April, in Las Vegas. And we went primarily because they have a two-day event for federal matchmaking. And for anyone who's not done federal matchmaking, I highly encourage you to go to RES just for the matchmaking alone. It's like speed dating. They set aside a day or two. Well, the first day was with the federal government agencies, both prime contractors for the government looking to buy products and services, as well as with other federal agencies. And you do 15-minute talk, and you get to give your elevator speech to all the agencies that are there. And it was quite an incredible day and learning experience. The second day was the first participation in the Indigenous to Indigenous matchmaking, which allowed Indigenous businesses like ourselves to meet amongst each other and collaborate and communicate about how we could work together on business initiatives that would benefit both companies. So there are also things on the agenda, and I wrote them down just really quickly. But there's advocacy, entertainment, food sovereignty, infrastructure, access to capital, and then famous people, fashion show, famous people. I mean, it was very well organized, put together, very useful, and I highly recommend if you've not attended, please go.
Thank you. We didn't even plan that. that was great. Thank you. I just thought it might be helpful to hear about, from the business owner's perspective, what you get. So I'd like to introduce and welcome John Shiraka. And I want to prepare you just a little bit for what's about to happen. It's going to be a little bit like drinking water from a fire hose, because John knows everything, right? He's really got both the big picture and the wonderful detail of what you need to know. John is formerly with the SBA, and I'm going to let John talk about that. But he's just got a wealth of information. There's no chance we're going to get through all your slides, John. I don't think that's going to happen. But we'll do our best. And are you sticking around for questions after the event and so on? Okay.
I'll be at the networking event too. So.
All right, wonderful. All right, all yours.
Awesome.
And there's the remote.
Thank you. Thank you, Jess. And thank you to the National Center for having us and including us in these events. We've participated in these all over the country, so it's great to be here. It's great to see some familiar faces. Like Jess said, this is just a slide deck that I try to stick to. A lot of times I end up not sticking to it because I like to kind of have more of a dialogue with the audience rather than you guys listening to me for, I think it's an hour and a half, and a lot of times I'm like, there's no way I can speak for an hour and a half. And by the end, it's like I haven't gotten to all the topics. So what I really like to try to do is keep it conversational and have you guys, there was a lot of good questions earlier this morning about entity-owned companies. Entity-owned in my mind are tribal, Alaska Native Corporation, Native Hawaiian organizations. Those all have special privileges in federal contracting. And there was a lot of good questions about organization and so forth. And then I know Chris is going to be going later on this afternoon, and we'll have a lot of information also with respect to contracting and getting into contracting and the assistance that the National Center provides through what used to be called PTACs, and now they're called APEX? APEX accelerators. So this is sort of the topics that I wanted to discuss. But before I get started, I guess I saw sort of an indication of folks that are tribal members, but maybe an indication of how many entity-owned, again, like firms that are owned by the tribe or the Alaska Native Corporation or Alaskan Village Corporation or the Native Hawaiian Organization. How many of those do we have? Or folks that may establish one of those? Okay. Okay. And then individually owned firms? Awesome. Do we have current government contractors? Current government contractors? Awesome. And then how many people are looking to get into the 8A program? Okay. Okay. Awesome. So that gives me an idea of sort of where to focus on, because there's always a mix of folks, right? There's always a mix of individuals that have already taken the first several steps, and then we want to talk about, okay, how do we leverage and scale those programs, and how do we do like mentor-protege and joint ventures, and what are the benefits of doing that, and what does that mean, and how's that environment changing, because all this environment constantly changes. So real quick, just told me not to forget this, my background. So I used to do federal contracting in my previous life. My dad started a firm, actually, interestingly enough, used to do a lot of USAID work, Asian Development Bank, World Bank, et cetera. Did that for like 20 years. Chaired an association that represented small business government contractors. Then went into the Obama administration at the SBA as a regional administrator. I had the Mid-Atlantic region with 7 district offices, and then I went to headquarters to run the federal government small business set-aside programs. So when you talk about the 8A, Hub Zone, Women-Owned, Service-Disabled, goaling the agencies, the mentor-protege, the joint venture, all those programs fell under my umbrella office. I did that for a period of 7 years, and since then have been doing advisory work, and like I said, we work with the National Center to provide training across the country as well. So real quick, the federal marketplace as an economic development tool is unique and critical, at least in my perspective, having been responsible for the program, for economic development in our communities, right? Because the federal government, and you guys probably know this, which is why you're here, is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, not just the United States, in the entire world. And as opposed to the lending program, and I have no animosity, well, maybe a little bit because we used to compete with them, but as compared to the lending program at the SBA, where it's a loan and you have to pay it back, the federal contracting program is like oxygen for your companies to grow and benefit, right? And there are specific requirements to contract with our types of firms, right? And that number, 120 to 150, has gone up over the years, in large part due to COVID spending, but it's gone up because the budget has increased. And every year, there's goals, right? There's a 23% goal for buying from small businesses. There's what we call the 5533, which is disadvantaged small business 8A, and I put 5% over there, but through presidential authorization or order, the goal for SDB 8A is now 15%, right? And it's going to creep up. They actually targeted 11% for last year, 12% for this year, but by 2024, 2025 is supposed to hit 15%. So the question is, are there enough firms to help us meet that 15%? And then there's a 5% women-owned, 3% service-disabled, and 3% Hub Zone. Real quick, how many women-owned small businesses do we have in here? Okay. How many Hub Zone firms? Okay, awesome. Service-disabled? Awesome. Thank you guys for your service. I know people always say that, but I really appreciate it. I do. The 5533, the federal government, when they say they're going to hit 15%, historically, they have always hit kind of like 10% anyway. So it's a little bit of cheating when they said we're increasing the goal from 5 to 15%. People thought, wow, that's enormous, right? But historically, over the last several years, probably like the last 7, maybe even longer, the federal government has hit 10 and 11%. So where the real test is going to come is in the next 3 years, right? Can they increase spend to hit the 15%? Which creates a lot of opportunity for your firms, right? So if you are 8A certified, or you can be 8A certified, it's an opportune time because the federal government is looking for more firms to help them meet that goal. And then the other thing that I would say is tribal entities. Tribal entities, if you're looking at it as an economic development tool, the 8A program is an incredible economic development tool for the tribal community. Because as a tribal organization, you can have multiple 8As, right? Unlimited. Some Alaska Native corporations have 13, 14, 15 8As, as long as each is individually small. And we'll talk about affiliation, but there's no affiliation between the sister companies. So as long as they're each individually small, they can participate in the 8A program. And the other unique characteristic of a tribally owned 8A is that they have access to unlimited sole source. So where an individual 8A is restricted at $4.5 million, a tribal 8A or an Alaskan Native or a Native Hawaiian organization at the Department of Defense can literally get an unlimited sole source. There's a justification and approval that the contracting officer has to write. I think it's at $22 million right now. For civilian agencies, $100 million at the Department of Defense. 25 million, thank you, 25 million. And that is kind of a sticking point because contracting officers oftentimes don't like to have to write a justification and go to a higher authority and get approval. So there is a little bit of sticking point there, but technically tribal entities can do unlimited sole source. And so we work with a lot of tribes to help establish, and I think there was a question about governance and structure. The points were really well taken earlier, making sure that the entities are run as a corporation and a business as opposed to family and council, et cetera, and keeping the politics out of it. So oftentimes there's a structure of a Section 17, right? Department of Interior licensed authorized Section 17. Then you have a holding company, and then the holding company has the 8A entities under it. So you can have several entities under that holding company. That's a way that a lot of our clients and a lot of tribes establish their federal contracting structure, right? And they are usually organized under tribal governance and authority. And really when it comes to tribal control, you have to demonstrate control from the tribe all the way down to the entity. So you can have outside board members, but the majority of the members have to be tribal members. And the tribal members have to always prevail in a decision, right? So when you apply to the 8A program, they're going to look at the structure from the tribe down to the Section 17, to the holding company, all the way down to the 8A applicant. And as long as you can demonstrate that the tribe always prevails, in other words, the tribal members are the majority, they can't be overruled because there's no unanimous consent provisions, and they will always prevail. Then you establish that control from the tribe all the way down to the 8A entity, right? And then you have the ownership question. And we'll talk a little bit about all of this with respect to requirements from the 8A program, but that's just sort of an initial overview of the 8A program. I think there's a question right here, but real quick, one thing that a lot of folks don't realize is that you get multiple credit or I shouldn't say you, the federal government gets multiple credit if you're the unicorn, right? If you're the 8A women-owned service-disabled hub zone, the federal government, if they give you $1 million contract, they get $1 million in each of those buckets. So it's important to, if you can qualify for all of these, to try to qualify for all of these. There can't be a multiple set aside. So the federal government can't say, hey, we're going to set this requirement aside for an 8A hub zone women-owned service disabled. However, you are more likely than not, all things being equal, you're more likely than not viewed favorably if you can help them meet their goal if they give you a contract, right? So tribes also have special privileges in the hub zone program, and we'll talk about that as well. So if you're a tribal entity and you have an 8A, right, you have access to unlimited sole source, right? So you get an unlimited 8A sole source. If you happen to be a hub zone firm as well, now the federal agency gets $100 million towards their 8A goal and $100 million towards their hub zone goal. So it makes you much more attractive and it makes the federal government contracting officer job easier with respect to meeting these goals, right? And one thing that I'll say, and then I'll see, because I know there was questions, the one thing that I'll say is that USA Spend, right? If you go to usaspend.gov, and if you ever go to one of these and they want to charge you, I think Chris is going to maybe talk about this when she talks, don't pay for it, right? When you go to register for SAM, you're going to start getting emails. Now, granted, you may want assistance. You may want to hire, you know, a third-party data like GovWin, like FedMine. You might want to pay for those things. You might want to pay for someone to help you get SAM registered, but why not go to Apex or one of the free resources? USA Spend is a great source of information. And FPDS, or SAM now, sam.gov, is a great source of information for multiple reasons. But USA Spend can tell you the goals for each of the agencies, if they're meeting their goals, which agencies aren't meeting what goals. And so it becomes sort of a way of determining where should I spend my limited marketing efforts in order to get the most bang for the buck. So let me stop right there. I know Chris is going to talk a little bit about these, so I'm not going to go in a lot of detail about SAM, but I do want to make some points on this. And by the way, this deck will be available to all the members. They usually send them out. So any questions so far? Yes, sir.
I did have a question. You mentioned like the difference between the individual and the NCAIED.
Yeah.
For the amount. I think I remember hearing from a mentor that like the length of the 8A program is different also. So like it's only good for like maybe 4 or 5 years or something, but if you're an ANC, is it like just indefinite?
Yeah, good question. So the question was the length of the program for the 8A program, right? So most of these certifications are front-end certification programs, right? Even Service Disabled just transferred from VA to SBA, and it's now a front-end certification program. So, and small business, just regular small business is self-representation, right? You go into SAM, you answer some questions, and you represent, you get in, you become or it tells you if you're small by answering some of the questions. For the 8A program, it's front-end certification, so you're going to go to SBA. There's a process to apply for the program. We'll talk about the requirements. For an individually owned firm, it is 9 years. And the way SBA looks at it is it's a business development program. So you have 9 years. In the first several years, you are able to get sole source opportunities, right? Like the 4.5, if you're individually owned, the $4.5 million. But they look at it as a business development opportunity, right, over 9 years. So in years 7, 8, and 9, it's the transitional years. So you're going to get weaned off the 8A sole source. So the question is, when do you want to apply for the 8A program? How many people are thinking about applying for the 8A program? Okay. So the question is, are you ready for the 8A program? Because the SBA, if you qualify, can't say no, but you also don't want to spin your wheels for the first 2 or 3 years, not taking advantage of the sole source opportunities, and then getting into year 7 and being like, oh, well, they're weaning me off of sole source. So really, the question is, do you have some past performance? Do you have some strong relationships with the federal government? Do you have good demonstration of work and capabilities with the federal government? If you have those things, then you can, and once you get in the 8A program, it's not like people are just lining up to give you contracts, right? That doesn't happen. But if you have those relationships, then you can leverage your 8A sole source authority to say, hey, we've been doing great work here. By the way, we just became 8A, and do you have any work that can be directed to us, sole source, right? So yes, 9 years for individuals. Tribal, well, I'll say entity-owned, tribes, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiians, technically each individual entity that they own is in the program for 9 years. But the reason it's considered, or someone might say it's unlimited, is because once that 9 years is over, they can just pop in a second 8A, and then a third 8A. And so it is a unlimited participation in the program. Each individual entity is limited to 9 years. And for those tribally owned entities, there's a restriction with respect to being in the same industry. So if you have your first 8A as a tribe in, let's say, IT services, and I forget the NAICS code, 541611, I think it is. You can't have a second one in that NAICS code, in that primary NAICS code. So a lot of tribes will, and you can't have it for 2 years after graduating from the program. So a lot of tribes will stagger and map out. Like if you, you know, we have some clients that are bigger Alaskan Native corporations. They'll have like boards of mapping out, you know, these contracts are going to go here. When this ANC graduates, this 8A graduates, we have 2 years. where are these contracts going to go? We're going to do some joint ventures, and then this one will get launched, and it'll be one NAICS code off, and you know, it's far enough where we'll get approved. And so there's a whole strategy with respect to 8A number 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the NAICS code restrictions. But yes, technically, a tribe can be in the 8A program indefinitely. Correct. Any other questions? Yes.
John, are you going to talk about ISBs, or because I know HHS and Department of Interior are now, they've increased their set-asides for Indian economic enterprises, and especially ISBs.
Yeah, yeah. And I think Chris is going to talk about that later. But you're absolutely right. As I was sitting next to her, she was telling me how that's been expanded, and it might even be expanded further. But you'll talk about that during your session, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I think there was a question. Yeah.
I'm on the commercial side, and one thing that I want to make, that I really want to impress upon the room is that the dollars are green on the commercial side also. Gov is not the only way to go. And furthermore, if you are 8A eligible, that means that you are probably diverse.
Yeah.
Which means that you can get a third-party diverse certification that is going to be wholly relevant to the commercial side of the realm. We may not have set aside, because I run a supply diversity program, and we spend, we shouldn't say this out loud, we spend, let's assume $250 million directly with diverse-owned firms.
Yeah.
So there's real money there. So consider that also as part of your strategy as you look at avenues to grow.
Yeah.
Because it's entirely viable, and there is, last time I'm going to be Latino for the rest of my life. So therefore, I'm not going to not be certifiable. And so you know, that one doesn't have a shelf life. Well, I mean, it does, but
Right. No, that's a good point. And diversification is important, right? So that's a good point. NMSDC, National Minority Small Business Development Council. Thanks. Awesome. Okay, so that's one. WeBank is another one. But yes, having those certifications and looking at the commercial sector, and the SBA is actually doing a lot of work with the commercial side of the world as well, and sort of the supply chain and introducing their small businesses to commercial supply chains. So yes, absolutely. Looking at diversifying is important. Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know if this might be covered later, but I guess for me, I'm just trying to think of how would you determine the best types of businesses or services or things? How would you determine how to match your experience up with the contracting? How do you get there, or even know what you could bid on?
So that's so that's a good point, because we've had more nascent sort of tribal clients looking to enter federal contracting, right? And look, so the initial thing that I would always say is make sure that you are institutionally established to do so. So what we talked about earlier, right? The governance, the tribal corporate code, all those things, the holding company, all those institutional things are established. That's, I guess, number one. Number two, like any other sort of small business, the first thing I'd do is, okay, do we have any industries that we potentially have strengths in? We worked with one tribe that was doing a lot of construction on reservation, right? So they had a lot of experience in construction. They were doing a lot of agriculture on reservation. They had a shared services team that was doing a lot of the corporate infrastructure, like staffing, all those things. So it's like, what are the things that we're potentially doing right now that could be relevant to the federal contracting marketplace? And then to the point earlier, you also can bring in subject matter expertise, right? Because one of the things with tribal entities is you can literally pop up a new corporate entity with no past performance. When you're looking at an individual 8A, you need to have 2 years of experience. You can ask for a waiver, right? And if you can demonstrate, I've been in this industry, I have potential clients, you might get that waiver, but it's very subjective by the SBA. For tribes, you can pop in a brand new corporate entity with no past performance, no experience, as long as you have a letter of commitment from the tribe that says we will support this entity, and you can show and demonstrate that they will support it, then you can pick any NAICS code. You can pick any industry. But I would do something that, even if you have subject matter expertise from the outside, I would do something that the tribe or some of its industry or personnel are familiar and have some experience in. The other thing, in talking to this slide with respect to analysis of where am I going to look to market my product or service, right? So the government buys everything. But if you look at USA spend, you can look to see, are they buying what we're selling? And I think Chris is going to talk a little bit about this as well. But what I'll say is, you can pick a NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code, and if I use an acronym that you guys don't know, please let me know, or a Professional Services Code, PSC, or Product Service Code, and you can track down who's buying what I'm selling. And it's not just USAID or Department of Defense. It can go down to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right? So then the question is, do they buy one big contract, like $10 billion? Is that why it popped up? Or do they have thousands of $1 million contracts? Because that's more interesting for a small business, not the one $10 billion contract, right? So you look for plurality of opportunities. And once you start delving into this, then you really, because small businesses oftentimes do the shotgun approach, right? And then they get frustrated. And then they go out and buy, FedMine, and I'm not trying to discount FedMine or Bloomberg government, but they're expensive. They're very expensive. So they spend their money on that. They do the shotgun approach, and they're not successful, and then they give up. And the thing is, you got to be really targeted and structured, right? So you got to pick your top 5 and 10, or 10. Who's buying what I'm selling? And then how are they buying it, right? Are they doing 8A set aside? Are they doing woman-owned, small business, hub zone set aside? Are they friendly to the 8A program, right? Once you pick that out, then it's how are they buying it with respect to, are they individual one-off contracts, or are they using government-wide acquisition vehicles like CIOSP4, Alliant, STARS 3? I know I'm throwing a whole bunch of acronyms out there. Do you guys know what any of those are? Some? Okay, so if you're new to federal contracting, more and more, and unfortunately, this is something that's sort of picked up under the Obama administration, and I was there at the time, but more and more, category management or these large government-wide vehicles are what agencies use. So they put out this big vehicle, and I'll talk about category management later, but they'll put out this large vehicle, and they'll say, hey, we used to buy widgets from millions of small businesses, but wouldn't it be more efficient if we bought them from 20 and drive down the prices because we buy on volume? So yes, it would be more efficient for the government. But what does that do to the thousands and thousands of small businesses that used to sell widgets to the federal government? So that sort of puts them kind of out of business. So the question is, how's the federal government buying products? Are they using some of these larger government-wide acquisition vehicles? Is there a partnership relationship? So just like you had the 5533 at the government level, large firms, and I think Sharon talked about matchmaking, right? Matchmaking isn't just with the federal government. You should look at matchmaking with large firms as well, because large firms have the same 5533 goals, if not higher. So they have to go small business, they have to have a subcontracting plan, they have to go 8A, they have to go women-owned, service disabled, and they get tracked on meeting those as well. So it's important to market yourself to the large businesses and the federal government. So going back to doing your homework, right? So who's buying what I'm selling? How are they buying it? Are they setting it aside? What kind of vehicles? Is there a partner relationship that I can pursue? And then once you start narrowing it down, yes, a lot of folks always say, I should talk to the acquisition folks. And no, I don't have anything against acquisition folks. Kevin used to be an acquisition contracting officer. But those guys are just executing against a requirement from the program office. So for folks who've been in federal government, program office gets the money, right? They have the money, they need to execute, the acquisition office executes against it. A program office has a good amount of say, although the contracting officers have to follow the regulations, they have a good amount of say on how that money gets spent. So it's important to know the program office and the acquisition office. And then the other part that a lot of folks forget is the small business office, right? So every large federal activity, like I threw out Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Aberdeen, HHS, NASA, every activity has a small business specialist. So if I'm interested in, I always say Wright-Patterson, but if I'm interested in Wright-Patterson, am I meeting with the small business specialists there? Because they're the ones that are required to meet that goal. They're the ones that are looking around to identify the small businesses to meet that goal. So are they having industry day? Are they having matchmaking? Am I attending those events and am I building those relationships? So it's sort of a multi-step approach, I guess, to identify where to focus on and if you are already in business, how to market. Any questions so far? Yes, sir.
Your last little speech there brought up Oasis in my mind.
Yeah.
Can you give me your cut real quick on Oasis and how the small business and large business disparities will overlap in the category that they do?
Yeah, you mean if the requirement comes out, can they put it on one or both, or how do they do that? Technically speaking, so there was an interesting case. So the question was on Oasis, which is a category management government-wide acquisition vehicle. If an agency decides to use that vehicle, do they put it out as a small business set aside? Do they put it out as a full and open? How does that work, right?
Actually, I was referring to Oasis Plus, the one coming out.
Okay.
That everybody's going to have their hair out.
Yeah.
I did have love.
Oh, okay. So yeah, my understanding is, to Kevin's point, it'll have different categories and swim lanes, right? So it'll have a full and open, small business, 8A, but I don't know that for a fact because I think it's in draft form, right? Yeah, I think. I could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, and look, so, but there was an interesting case just recently where the GAO, might have been the Court of Federal Claims, stated that you basically have to decide where the set-aside is going to occur, if the set-aside is going to go small business before you choose your vehicle. So a lot of contracting officers play the game where they're like, okay, I want to use Oasis. And then they do the analysis and say, oh, well, there's no two small businesses that can provide this product or service, so I don't have to set it aside. Well, Court of Federal Claims basically said, hey, you have to do your rule of two analysis first. You have to decide if there's two or more small businesses. And if there is, then you have to choose the right vehicle. You can't just choose a vehicle that doesn't have the small businesses to set it aside. How many folks know what the rule of two is? Some. Okay. So if you're in federal contracting, it's really, really, I mean, that is sort of the backbone of compliance when it comes to the federal government and small business set-aside. So when we talk about the 23% and the 5533, I'll come back to this slide. And when we talk about the 235533, how does that actually happen, right? So there is a requirement which we always present as the rule of two, which is if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, right? Not the best price, but at a reasonable price, then that requirement must be set aside for a small business, right? Now, there isn't any hierarchy of do they go 8A first, do they go hub zone, do they go, it's dependent on the contracting officer's discretion and the goals they're not meeting and their market research. So the rule of two, if it's not being followed, who has the stick to make that, to implement it, right? So under my old office, there are folks that are called PCRs, Procurement Center Representatives. How many folks know what that is? Okay, a few. Okay, so those are your friends. Everybody should know. If you're in federal contracting, you should know what a PCR is. Now, we're just talking over lunch. Unfortunately, and I can say this now, you can talk to your congressman. Unfortunately, when I was running the program, I started with like 200 and something PCRs. When I left in 2017, I felt bad because we were down to 119. Now, I thought they were at 70. I understand they're at 40. So you imagine 40 procurement center representatives to cover the thousands and thousands and thousands of buying activities across the country to enforce the rule of two, right? So anything that does not get set aside has to be signed off by a procurement center representative. So if you see a sources sought, if you see a request for information, I know you guys always hear this, but it's important to respond to that. Why? Because that builds the file that there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service, right? Now, the other thing they'll do, and it was up on the previous screen, contracting officers a lot of times will go to dynamic small business search. So when you register in SAM to do work with the federal government, and you have to do that, it asks you a whole bunch of questions, revenue, employee. It determines if your size standard is based on employee count, and manufacturing is usually employee count, or revenue count, and services is usually revenue count. And if you're small, it automatically opens up a DSBS, Dynamic Small Business Search profile for you. Now that system, a lot of folks don't realize this. The SAM is under GSA. When it opens that profile, it goes to Dynamic Small Business Search, which is under SBA. And then a lot of folks don't update the past performance. And I heard recently that they just updated DSBS to allow you to put a statement of capability in there too. A lot of folks don't do that. They're like, I'm done with SAM. Well, the contracting officer does market research a lot of times off of Dynamic Small Business Search. So I would go make sure that you're in there and you're updating DSBS. And then the other thing that a lot of folks don't know is, how many folks have a SAM profile? Okay. How many folks update it like regularly? Not just once a year, but regularly. Okay. So a lot of folks don't realize DSBS is like Internet 1.0, right? The last update comes up first in a search, right? So we have clients that'll go in there and put a period at the end of the sentence, and then 2 weeks later go and take out the period at the end of the sentence, or add a sentence, or because the last, literally, when the contracting officer goes in there and says, I don't know, building in hazardous material cleanup. The firms that'll come up are the ones that have updated their, in that order, right? So I would encourage you to update your Dynamic Small Business Search regularly. So anyway, so the rule of two, right? So if you're responding to requests for information or sources sought, and you're seeing requirements not get set aside, what I would encourage you to do is identify who the procurement center representative is and approach them. And the SBA, even though they have few PCRs, they're good at their directory. So if you go to the SBA website and you look up PCRs, you'll see which PCR covers which buying activity. And so you can identify the PCR. And every PCR reports to an area director. So you can identify the PCR and you can approach them with, hey, we keep responding to these sources sought. These requirements aren't getting set aside. We need your assistance and support to engage with the contracting officer to make sure that these requirements are getting set aside. A lot of times, we as small businesses are sort of advocates for the program because unfortunately, the small business specialists are understaffed, the PCRs are understaffed. How many 8As do we have? Okay. How's working with your BOSs? So do you have a BOS? Okay, okay. Some are better than others, right? Some district offices have, like when I was running the program, DC district office had 1,200 8A firms. The next highest was Virginia, Richmond, which was 450, and then Baltimore with 425, I think. Some district offices will have like 20, right? So it depends which district office you're in and the assistance that you get from your business opportunity specialist. Once you apply to the 8A program, you're assigned a BOS. And the BOS shouldn't only be doing compliance work, right? Technically, if you go to the Small Business Act and look up Section 8A, that's why they call it the 8A firm. So if you look up Section 8A, there's a host of activities that the BOS is supposed to be doing as far as marketing to the local buying activities, search letters, all sorts of things, right? Unfortunately, BOSs are also overworked. So a lot of times they won't do any of that stuff. They will work on your annual review because they have a requirement to be compliant with annual reviews 100% of the portfolio. So 9 out of 10 times that's what they're working on. So rule of 2, really important. Updating your dynamic small business search, really important. And then the other place that set-asides occur, and the reason set-asides occur, is simplified acquisition threshold. So everything under the simplified acquisition threshold, which is $250,000 now, 2 things. One is it follows, simplified acquisition threshold follows simplified acquisition procedures. So it's a lot easier for newer firms to sort of play in the simplified acquisition threshold world, right? Because you don't have to be compliant with entire federal acquisition regulations. They're simplified. And everything under SAT, it's funny, SAT and SAP, simplified acquisition threshold and simplified acquisition procedures. Government's great with acronyms. So everything under SAP follows SAP. And it's reserved entirely for small business, right? So when I was responsible for the program, we used to run these numbers, and they still might be on USA Spend. Agencies are technically supposed to hit 100% small business spend under SAT. They don't. But usually there's a reason, right, for the better agencies. There's usually a reason because certain licenses like Cisco, Microsoft, something like that, you can't get it from a small business. So usually if they're at 90%, that's great. But there's some agencies that are like at 60%. And so that's another agency, if you're looking at the simplified acquisition threshold and they're way off, that's a good place to target because they're not meeting their simplified acquisition threshold. The federal government is looking and has been considering, just like they increased the small business 8A goal to 15%, they're looking at increasing the simplified acquisition threshold to either 500,000 or $1 million, which I think would be great. Under the Obama administration, we almost got it to 500,000. Right at the last step, the Office of Trade, and I forget what they're called. I should talk to Kia because they messed it all up. The Office of the Trade Representative, OTR, for whatever reason, and to this day I can't understand why Canada didn't like it, but Canada didn't like it. And so it was an Office of Trade Representative issue, and raising the simplified acquisition threshold didn't happen. But if it can get increased from 250 to 500,000 to $1 million, and that is entirely reserved for small business, that in my mind encourages more small businesses to participate in federal contracting. And if you look at, and if we get to this, what time do I have till, Jess? Okay, I'm working it out in my mind to see if I'm going to get into. I have to what? To like about 45 more minutes. Oh wow, only? Okay, I'm sorry guys. So if you look at, and we'll get to this, the number of individual federal contractors working with the federal government is declining significantly. Over the last decade, they've lost 60% of participants in federal contracting. So the federal government, I think, Chris, you told me yesterday they had an announcement. They had an announcement when Biden first came in when they increased the goal. They are wanting to cast a broader net and increase participation in small business contracting, right? And not just the traditional small business contractors. They want new firms to participate. So the question is, if you're ready and you think you might qualify, now is probably a good time to be able to enter the federal marketplace. And if they increase the simplified acquisition threshold, that really would help participation and interest from small businesses. Any questions so far? No?
I don't know. For me, I know about the 8A.
Yeah.
My tribe has looked into it. And you answered my question before.
Yeah.
I guess for me, I'm just thinking like, how do you go? Because our tribe, we don't necessarily have a business now. You know, we do housing. We do housing. We have had a daycare. So I'm just trying to think in
How to
my
enter
mind what the process is to go from basically nothing
Yeah.
to being ready to do 8A.
Do you got-
It sounds great. You
Yeah.
know, it sounds great. Government contracts. I've heard of people making tons of money off of it, but just basically how to go from having nothing
to
being
you
know, how do you do that? Because you say you experience.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like you have to already have a business. You have to already be good at some type of business in order to even apply.
or have some or have some knowledge of a particular industry. But we've worked with tribes that, bless you, we've worked with tribes that are pretty nascent, right? The one thing that I'd say is having the right partners, right? So having the right partners, because a lot of times, by the way, there are folks that'll be like, hey, you know, tribe XYZ, let's help you get into the 8A program. And then, okay, so that happens as well. So having the right partners and really mapping it out. Do you guys have an economic development authority? No. Or an economic development corp?
No.
Okay, so like that's one of the first things I would look at, because really it all flows down at least an economic development plan. Usually that economic development plan is institutionalized in an authority, right? But it really flows down from that. Do we have and it doesn't have to be, we've worked with tribes where it doesn't have to be, because it can be expensive to get your Section 17 DOI authorized corporation. It doesn't have to be initially a Section 17 licensed entity. It can just be an economic development corp. But that should house a plan, and it should develop a plan for not just entering the federal marketplace, but in my perspective, and the National Center can certainly help with this, and I'm not trying to give you guys more work, Justice Appear, but I'm gonna tell her. The National Center actually works with tribes in mapping out their economic development plan, right? What does our 5-year look like? What does our 10-year look like? What does our 15-year look like? And what does it mean with respect to federal contracting, with corporations? We've worked with tribes where, you know, they'll do federal contracting, but then they'll have a C-store and a gas station and lodging and entertainment. So what does that all look like? And I would argue, at least from my perspective, you have to have an economic development plan at a minimum, and then maybe institutionalize it in an economic development corp. And that really lays out, and you know, the National Center, and we work with them, can develop a roadmap for how do you get from A to Z, right? What is the, you need corporate code, you need to establish the entity, you need to have the board, all those things. We can work in developing a roadmap for that. Does that make sense?
I think that's probably what we would need to get our comfort level.
Yeah.
We have done a feasibility study. We had someone from UNC Chapel Hill come in,
awesome.
Growth, basically to do an assessment of what the economic situation is in our community.
Yeah.
You know, how much money goes out, how
much comes in.
Industries might work in our community, and things like that. So
Yeah.
we have embarked on a few things like that, but I would think that probably having someone to come in to just walk us through it, the whole process
Yeah.
of how to get us ready.
Yeah.
To do the
I'll circle up with Jess and Chris. I don't know if you guys know Chris James, but he's runs the National Center. But I'll circle up with him.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions so far? No? Okay, so I'm going to talk about, because there's a lot of interest in the 8A program. Oh, let's talk about this real quick, because you guys are entering the federal marketplace, right? So even for firms that are already in federal contracting, a lot of folks aren't as familiar with the concern around affiliation, right? So what you normally might do in the private sector can sometimes lead to a concern with respect to affiliation. And why do I say that? Because the first requirement, we'll talk about 8A, Hub Zone, women-owned, service-disabled, they're all similar ownership control, and what's important is size. Number one thing is you have to be small, right? Okay, so small, as I mentioned, is revenue-based. SBA looks at trailing 5 years average. revenue, or trailing 2 years employee, if you're employee-based, right? So that's easy enough, right? But some of the things that you might do in the private sector, like teaming oftentimes with the same partner, or joint venturing oftentimes with the same partner, or having common management, or having common space, or common employees, oftentimes those things can lead to what SBA calls a finding of affiliation. And then all of a sudden, when you thought you were small, now what SBA will do is combine your revenues, you and your affiliated firm, to determine if you're still small, right? So you can go out and market, and the pipeline for federal contracting can take 12, 18, 24 months. You can win a project, you can get protested, and then SBA will come in with their size specialists and ask a whole bunch of questions, and then say, oh, wait a second, you're affiliated with this other company, you're other than small, sorry, you don't get to get that contract. So it's just awareness, and some of the things are, I always used to say this when I was at the SBA, and some of my folks were like, stop telling that story, it doesn't look good on you. So as I mentioned, I used to do federal contracting in my previous life, right? We used to do USAID, World Bank, that type of work. At the time, bless you, at the time, we used to do a lot of work with Deloitte. And we were a lot of times subcontractor to Deloitte, but sometimes on small business set-aside, we would be the prime. And I'd be like, oh, no problem. Deloitte can do all the work. They can put all the team together. They can write the proposal. Yeah, there's the work share. You have to do 50% of the work share. But guess what? That's ostensible subcontracting. That means you're unduly reliant on a subcontractor. And if you're unduly reliant on a subcontractor, you're going to be found affiliated. And then now, if they combined our revenues with Deloitte's revenues, we'd be other than small. So that's one thing to be aware of, right? A lot of firms have family relationships, like they have common management, common ownership, et cetera. You got to be aware of that. Now, affiliation in and of itself is not a bad word, right? Maybe you are affiliated, but they'll combine your revenues. And if they combine your revenues and you end up being other than small, that's when the problem starts. And when you want to get into the 8A program, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. And you have to apply under a primary NAICS code. In the SDVOSB and the Hub Zone and the Women-Owned Small Business Program, you can be small in any of the NAICS codes that you work in. For the 8A program, you have to be small in your primary NAICS code, okay? So we had an instance, and I used to always kick myself, because we had an instance where we had, and I'm not saying this to scare you guys, right? But we had an instance where we had, been around the country convincing folks to apply to the 8A program because we wanted more firms, like they do now, more firms in the 8A program. And SDVOSB applied to the 8A program. When they applied to the 8A program, the analyst, which was in the Office of Certification, found that there might be some affiliation between the SDVOSB and his previous employer. So he sent it to the size office, right arm, left arm. Size office says, oh, wait a second, they are affiliated. Here's another one, more than 70% of your revenues come from one source. And in this instance, it was his previous employer. So you guys are affiliated. So you can't, not only can you not get into the 8A program, but guess what? We're going to decertify you in SDVOSB, and you can no longer represent as small. So the firm that came to the SBA to get help and get in the 8A program ended up getting kicked out of the small business program and the SDVOSB program. So I'm not saying that to scare you, but I'm just saying that be aware. And the most challenging part is that the SBA looks at totality of circumstances. And I hated that terminology, right? Because there's no clear, bright red line. It isn't like family member, common office space, joint venture equals affiliation. It's like totality of circumstances. Is it ostensible subcontracting in a joint venture? Is it common management? Is it the 70% rule? They'll look at all those things, and based on the totality of the circumstances, the size official will make a determination. And you can appeal that to the Office of Hearing and Appeals, but you just want to be aware and cognizant of the fact that the federal government looks at partnerships and affiliation very differently than you might in the private sector. Does that make sense? Any questions? Yes, sir.
Just a comment, and I know that Vice Chief, yes, thank you. It looks like it's an uphill battle, and you might not have any built-in for your tribe. You might not have any built-in specialization or businesses that you're doing. I can tell you from our tribe is a very small tribe in remote Alaska. They don't have any resources. They don't have any businesses. Rippies is about the most, if anybody's been in one of our areas, Rippies are, they're off for like scratch-offs. But they needed revenue coming in from the outside. It can't be just continually recirculated within the tribal community, and that's what we were doing. And so we took on this because Sharon and I are retired vets, and IT was we had offered, in fact, they asked us to help create a business. It could be a resource within the tribal community that has a specialization. That's how you can start a business.
Yeah. Or a minority partner.
Or from scratch,
Yeah.
from nothing, no businesses before, to a holding company and now to 8A certified tribal-owned subsidiary companies. It can be done.
Yeah.
So I know there's a lot of scary stuff, a lot of.
And that's a really.
That's what happened with us. We had someone. Well, I think we had reached out to show some interest in starting the 8A, but then we had an individual come in, basically said they would be our partner, and the tribe would own 51% of the company, and then they would own 49%, and we basically use their expertise to start the business, and that's kind of how it was pitched to us.
Yeah, and so here's the thing, you have to be really careful. It goes back to the governance issue, right? We've had clients that have come to us when, and I hate this because I used to face this at the SBA too, when the 8A entity has quote unquote gone rogue, right? Is no longer reporting to council or to the Section 17, isn't submitting financials, and there's a little bit of a flaw in the SBA's program because all the communication with the SBA happens at the entity level. So it doesn't necessarily happen with the parent or the holding company. So there has to be strong governance. When you were talking about, well, how do they continue to report? The strategic vision, the strategic numbers, reporting, hiring happens at the discretion of the holding company board, which is majority tribal members. That 8A reports, it's like a corporate entity, right? It's just like GM, they report to the board. The board has to control, and so they have to report regularly to you. But that governance needs to be there. And so yes, you can have outside partners, they can be 49% owner, but that governance has to be there and that control needs to be maintained. So this is a good segue into the 8A program. So I'll just talk about the basics, right? We just talked about having to be small. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, okay, if it's my individual business,
Yeah,
then that person is certifying as an 8A.
correct.
What's the difference in the tribally owned entity?
The tribe owns it. So the tribe.
So there's nobody that certifies.
The tribe, so the first time a tribe applies, so Alaska Native Corporation by definition in ANCSA, Alaska Native corporations don't have to demonstrate economic disadvantage status. The first time a tribe applies to the 8A program, they have to demonstrate that the underlying tribal population is economically disadvantaged. First time they do that, then every other time it's easy to, then it's just an 8A application, so they can have multiple. So when an individual applies, that individual has to be socially and economically disadvantaged. Social disadvantaged is the presumed, African American, Hispanic American, Asian Pacific Islander, et cetera. Those are the presumed classes. You can also get into the 8A program if you're not in one of the presumed classes. Oh, Native American, obviously. You can get into the 8A program even if you're not in one of the presumed classes. So we used to have, and we still do in the 8A program, Caucasian females. Why? In the construction industry, for an example, or engineering industry, because they have been significantly discriminated in that industry. Now, you also can't just say, oh, I was discriminated and not connect the dots. You have to say I was discriminated against, however, that ended up in ... not getting a job, or not getting a loan, or not getting an education. So it's not just I was discriminated if you're looking, and it's called a case of preponderance, right? You have to demonstrate through preponderance that even though you don't fall into one of the presumed classes, that discrimination resulted in negative impact to your ability to be successful. So economic disadvantaged, and these are all in the slide, right? Well, let me take one step back. So we talked about small, because this is important. So we talked about small, right? You have to be small. The other is control. So when you talk about the disadvantaged individual applying to the 8A program, where a lot of firms get into trouble is check socially disadvantaged, check small. Control, there is overt control and negative control, right? So just because you own 51%, which meets the ownership check mark, doesn't mean you meet the control check mark. If there are supermajority requirements in your operating agreement where, but for the vote of your minority owner, you can't get a resolution passed, SBA will say that's negative control. If there's unanimous consent provisions, SBA will say that's negative control. If your minority partner puts up $1 million and you don't put up anything, SBA is going to say, oh, wait a second. I know on paper you control, but that person just put up $1 million. I mean, you're obviously going to have to listen to them. So there are instances. So you have size, you have ownership, but you also have to look at control. So the way the operating agreement, or if it's a corporation, the way the bylaws are established, have to demonstrate that you also have control and there's no negative control. And then what you look beyond the operating agreements or the bylaws is, are there any loans, investments that can potentially lead to a finding of negative control? So those are the issues that you need to be concerned about. So, and then with the 8A program, obviously socially disadvantaged, and we talked about presumed class or preponderance, and then economic disadvantage. So for individuals, and I think the numbers are up here in this slide somewhere, for individuals, it's net personal net worth, right? So personal net worth takes out your value of your business, it takes out your principal residence, and it takes out your retirement account. So if that's below 750, you're good. If your AGI, your average gross income, 3 years, is below 350, you're good. And then they throw everything back in, but you can still keep out your retirement, and it's $6 million. Okay? So those are, if you're thinking about applying to the 8A program, those are the basic requirements, right? You're small, ownership, control, right? And then economic disadvantaged and social disadvantaged. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Has anybody applied to the 8A program and is waiting to hear? You're applying this year? Okay. Okay. Has anybody gotten through the certification program recently? I'm sorry? You're graduated. Okay. When did you graduate? 2016. Okay. Cool. Okay. You're first. Okay. Yes, sir.
No, you're asking if we just
oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on 8A so far? So the one thing that I'd say is 8A is extremely unique in sole source. right? So the other socio categories have sole source authority, but they're very different than 8A. So if you think you can qualify for 8A, number one, be prepared to take advantage of the entire 9 years, right? Number two, understand how to market and take advantage of the sole source authority. It's unique because up to the threshold, $4.5 million, the contracting officer doesn't have to write a justification or approval. The contracting officer can do a government price estimate. They can, bless you, they can do a short analysis, and they can go ahead and award a sole source award to the 8A company. Again, to native or entity owned, it can be unlimited, but individually it can be up to $4.5 million. In the other programs, and we'll talk real quick about the requirements on the other programs, there is sole source authority, but the contracting officer has to justify that you're the only firm that can provide that product or service, right? So a lot of times, like, contracting officers don't want to do a J&A over justification and approval over the sole source thresholds for entity owned, right? 22, 25 million and 100 million, right? Similarly, in order to do a sole source, let's say for women owned, they have to write a justification and have it approved that you are the only woman-owned small business that can provide that product or service. And so they're reluctant to do that. Now, when I was responsible for the program, we would argue with contracting officers and give them guidance to be creative, right? Because we wanted to see more sole sources in the Hub Zone, women-owned, service-disabled program. And so we would argue that, hey, you can write the justification saying, this is the only woman-owned small business in this jurisdiction that can provide this product or service. Or this is the only woman-owned small business with this particular past performance. So you can be creative, and some contracting officers are willing to work with you, but it's, if you look at the numbers, sole source doesn't occur that often in the other socio categories. So if you think you qualify for the 8A program, I would apply for it, but I would do it when you're ready and you can really benefit from the 9 years being in the program. Any questions? Okay, real quick, I want to talk about the others, and then I want to talk about mentor protege because there's newer firms. How much time do I have? Okay. Okay. All right, so real quick, Hub Zone. Hub Zone, I would encourage you, if you think you qualify for Hub Zone, apply for that as well. Why? Because the federal government hasn't met its Hub Zone goal in like forever, right? And it's only 3%. So how do you qualify for a Hub Zone? One, you have to be small, right? But it doesn't matter who the individual is. As long as your principal office, and that's not your headquarters, I'll tell you the definition of principal office. As long as your principal office is in a Hub Zone, a historically underutilized business zone, and SBA doesn't make those zones up, Housing and Urban Development makes it up, but the SBA has a great website where you can put your address in and it'll tell you if it's in a Hub Zone. As long as your principal office is in a Hub Zone and 35% of your employees live in a Hub Zone, not the same Hub Zone, any Hub Zone, then you can qualify for the program, right? So we have clients that will hire, oh, and then an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, right? Not a week, a month. So we have clients that'll hire interns from college towns who work remotely, right? 40 hours a month, you jack up your employee numbers, and now you can hit your 35%. When you do the analysis for principal office is where most employees work, so it's not your headquarters, right? So if you have 2 offices, some of our clients will say, oh, wow, I have 3 people here and 2 people here, but this isn't a Hub Zone and this one isn't. Just move one person over, right? And when you do the Hub Zone analysis, you can exclude project site employees. So if you have someone working at HHS or Aberdeen on a project, you exclude them. So anybody else that's left, let's say you have 5 people left, the majority of them work in a Hub Zone, you qualify under that category. You get the check mark for principal office, then you have to meet the 35% employee requirement. And again, because the federal government isn't meeting it, if you're woman-owned and Hub Zone, you're more attractive to the contracting officer. Or 8A and hub zone, you're more attractive. For tribes, the one thing that I'll say is you have an exemption from hub zone participation rules. So as a tribe, you can apply to the program and say, hey, I don't have a principal. First of all tribal land is considered hub zone land, so it's pretty easy to meet that requirement. But you can say, I don't have either. I don't have a principal office in a hub zone, and 35% of my employees don't live in hub zones. But I promise, next time I win a hub zone set-aside contract, that 35% of the staff on that contract will come from my community, our tribal community, or the area surrounding our tribal community, right? So, loophole. A tribe gets into the program by promising that when they win a hub zone contract, they will hire 35% from their community or from the jurisdiction around their community, right? But guess what? They never pursue a hub zone contract, right? But they remain hub zone certified. So now they're hub zone certified. They've never had to meet any of the requirements. But then when they go after an unlimited sole source, the federal government gets $100 million in credit for 8A and $100 million in credit for hub zone. So that's just a strategy for tribally owned firms. Like I said, the sole source is not as lucrative, if you want to put it that way, as the 8A program. And there used to be, the program has become much more stable because it used to be if your hub zone employee moved, all of a sudden you lost one of the 35%, right? But now, if the hub zone employee is employed by you or living in a hub zone 180 days before your application to 180 days after your application, once a hub zone employee, always a hub zone employee. So if that jurisdiction changes and is no longer hub zone certified, or if your employee makes a lot of money and decides to move to a different area, as long as they remain on your payroll uninterrupted, once a hub zone employee, always a hub zone employee. So the program, it used to be really difficult, and contracting officers, quite frankly, didn't like it because it would always get protested. Why? Because you apply today, you don't get the contract till like, I don't know, 18, 24 months later. You probably have lost an employee or two. So if you win and I'm competing with you, I'm going to protest because the hub zone program was also the only program that required compliance with the program at time of offer and at time of award. Every other program is at only at time of offer. So that was an easy protest because 9 out of 10 times you probably lost a hub zone employee, you would lose out and they'd have to go to the second ranked. And then the second rank would get protested and then so on and so on. And that's why contracting officers didn't like the hub zone program. That's why the SBA updated the hub zone program to make it more stable. And no longer are they required to comply with requirements at time of offer and award. It's at the time of every annual certification. So they'll look back at your last certification and say, hey, show us that you complied at this time of recertification. As long as you're compliant at that time of recertification, and you have to do it every year, then you're okay. You can't be protested. Any questions on the hub zone program? Yes, sir.
You're not describing anything theoretical. This is actually the way it works.
Yeah.
So we use the loophole to get hub zone, right? Well, it's an exception.
No, it's a great, yeah.
For tribes. And all the agencies, we got our first prime 8A contract last year. Nice $11 million contract. And the agency's not going to award a hub zone set aside. They'll award us under the 8A program as a tribal 8A.
Yeah.
Love it, and they get credit
Yep.
because we're hub zone. Tribal entities that are in the 8A program only can qualify for 2 socioeconomic categories. The small
Yeah.
disadvantaged, right, and then the hub zone. Because they're entity owned, they can't qualify as a woman-owned small business or service disabled veteran. Those are the only 2. If you get both of those, hub zone is a great benefit for agencies because they're not making their hub zone goals, and they're going to award to you under the 8A program, not under a hub zone
Yep.
set aside. So it's great. The agency loved it.
Yeah.
We did that.
Yeah. It helps them meet their, and by the way, if the goals are going up, and they are, for 8A, again, tribal entities, it's easier to award one $20 million, $30 million, $40 million contract than 10 $4.5 million contracts, right? So tribal entities now, if you're looking at entering the 8A program, now is a good time because the federal government is going to have to hit 15% by 2025. They're going to look to do larger and larger sole source opportunities. And if they can get HubZone credit while they're doing it, it's more attractive to them. Yeah. So how many people who are doing current federal work are in a mentor-protege relationship? Just you guys? Wow. Okay. How many people are doing current federal work? Okay. Okay. So real quick, the mentor-protege program started in the 8A program, right? SBA actually, it wasn't statutory. SBA started a program under regulatory authorization. They wrote the regs in the 8A program, and they said, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could team up a nascent 8A with a mentor, right? Maybe a large firm, but maybe a graduating 8A. And that mentor can help them with 5 different areas, right? And we can talk about this. I know we have limited time, but there's 5 different areas that the mentor can help you with. What am I lacking? Am I lacking networks and business development capacity? Am I lacking contract implementation, program implementation? Am I lacking systems, infrastructure, accounting? There is even international trade. Your mentor doesn't have to provide all of these, but the mentor should provide some of those. Now, if I'm a protege, so the thought process was, the protege can benefit from mentor experience, right? And then you can do a joint venture. So what is a joint venture? A joint venture is a new entity that's owned majority by the protege, minority by the member, in this sense, the mentor. Again, you have to demonstrate ownership and control. So when you do a joint venture, you have to demonstrate that the protege owns 51, but the protege also controls. So you can't have unanimous consent provisions in that operating agreement either. So now, benefits are flowing from mentor to protege in one of these areas. You do a joint venture, but the mentor can do 60% of what the joint venture does, right? So think about it this way. You're a protege, and this isn't usually going to happen, but you're a protege, you're an 8A, you team up with Lockheed. Lockheed is your mentor. They're going to provide all sorts of assistance. They're going to help you win business and implement it, right? Before, they couldn't do any work on an 8A sole source. But now, because they teamed up with you and you did a joint venture and you won that work under that joint venture, they can do 60% of that 8A set aside or 8A sole source, right? So that's the incentive to the mentor to participate in a mentor-protege and then the joint venture. Now, as a protege, I'd be really careful. So a lot of times folks are like, now, the thing is that this used to only be in the 8A program. Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 said included in the other socio categories. Then in 2013, they came back and said, just make it all small. So it took the better part of 6 years to launch the program into all small. So now all small businesses, women-owned, HubZone, service-disabled, can participate in the mentor-protege program, right? But I'd be really careful if you're the protege. It's a great program to partner with a firm that can provide the necessary assistance, but you only get 2. If you're individually owned, you only get 2 in your entire lifetime. Now, tribes, you know, you can get 2 for your first 8A, you can get 2 for your second 8A, and so forth, right? But as an individually owned firm, you only get 2. So you got to be really selective. A lot of times, some of our clients are like, oh, I want Lockheed. Number 1, Lockheed is going to be very selective. They're not just going to pick anyone. Number 2, Lockheed only gets 3 proteges at any given point, right? So with all their subsidiaries and wholly owned companies, they only ever get 3 at any point. Now, they can rotate those out. It's a 3 + 3 year program. So the program's 3 years, it gets renewed for an additional 3 years. And they can rotate their proteges out, but they're going to be very selective. And if I'm advising a small business, number 1 is do a gap analysis. See exactly, but for the following, I could be competitive, right? Decide what that is. And then this is the mentor that brings that to the table. 9 out of 10 times when we do that analysis, that mentor is someone that's been through the 8A program or a women-owned small business that's been really successful because they've been in your shoes, right? They've grown the business, they've made it successful. Maybe if you have two, one is, I'm sorry, one is a graduate, and then the other one is, I don't know, a AECOM, a Deloitte, a Serco, a Boeing, et cetera. But be very selective. And then the other thing is you have to report, just like in the 8A program where you have annual reviews, in the Mentor Protege program, you have to report every year, right? So you want to be able to report benefits are flowing from mentor to protege. So when we advise a protege, we always say, hey, by the way, it's a template. The agreement itself is a template. It's on the website. You go in there, you can probably fill it out on your own. The initial preamble about why you want to do the mentor protege and why the mentor is relevant to what you're doing and can provide the assistance is important. And then the chart, which says what benefits are flowing from mentor to protege, is important. The rest of it is a template. So when you fill out the chart, what we tell proteges is be very specific. You want to be like, you know, Joe Smith is going to provide accounting services or assistance or a system and so, and this is the time frame, and this is how we're going to track it, and this is what they're going to deliver, right? Be very specific because otherwise you can't hold your mentor accountable. When we advise a mentor, and I say this a little bit jokingly, but kind of honestly too. When we advise a mentor, we're like, hey, be a little bit fuzzy and gray because you're going to have to report against this, right? And you want to be able to demonstrate success because SBA can technically restrict bad mentors from participating in the MPA program in the future. So you want to develop a chart that you can deliver against. So the actual truth is it's got to be somewhere in the middle, right? Develop something that you're definitely going to benefit from because you have two mentor proteges or two mentors, but make it, I don't want to say easy, but make it achievable because you're going to have to report against it. So once you create that MPA, then you can do a joint venture with your partner. Now, if you did a joint venture, if you as a small business did a joint venture with AECOM, that would be affiliated, and that would be other than small. But because you have a mentor-protege relationship, it's exempted from that affiliation. So anything that's in that mentor-protege agreement, if you're going to do joint ventures, put it in the mentor-protege agreement. A mentor can acquire up to 40%, although we don't recommend this because you got to have an exit plan. A mentor can acquire up to 40% equity in your company without finding of affiliation. 10 minutes. So, see, I told you I could probably talk for an hour and a half. Sorry, guys. If you guys look tired, but I appreciate your patience. But if whatever assistance is going to flow from mentor to protege, put it in there. And then that's all exempted from affiliation, right? So now you do a joint venture. Why is the joint venture important? Number one, as I said, the mentor can do 60% of the work, so that's interest to them. Number two, the joint venture inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members, right? So now you do a joint venture. Let's say the managing member, the one that owns 51%, is a tribal 8A. The minority member or partner member, let's say, is Lockheed, right? So now you have this joint venture. It's a legal entity. This joint venture is now a tribal 8A because the managing member is a tribal 8A. However, it has the past performance and experience of both members. That means technically it has the past performance and experience of Lockheed. So now you have a tribal 8A that has the past performance of Lockheed that can go after unlimited sole source, right? That's really the key. Now, there's been a whole bunch of recent court cases where GAO and Court of Federal Claims have said, well, the protege has to put at least one past performance in there. Otherwise, how do we know that they can do any of this work? So and they keep going back. You know, I think it was on Oasis where they said, you know, all 3 have to come from the protege, and then there was the next one that said, well, no, 2 can come. I mean, so that's been going back and forth. But technically, according to SBA rules, the past performance and qualifications of both members flow to the joint venture. That, by the way, includes facilities clearance. So if you're doing secured work, I think someone was talking about doing secured work earlier, that includes facilities securities clearance. Now, again, DOD will argue, no, the joint venture has to have the clearance. SBA will say, no, our rules prevail. No matter who has the clearance, it flows to the joint venture. The latest court case said, if you are doing the principal work that requires the clearance and you have it and the other member doesn't have it, then it's okay. So DOD still hasn't officially agreed to that, but technically speaking, because that's another area. If you're doing federal contract work, if you're looking at the Department of Defense, one of the things you eventually want to look at is facility security clearance, right? Getting that is like the chicken and the egg. A lot of times, a mentor, like a Lockheed, like a AECOM or Deloitte, will sponsor their protege to get that clearance. So how does that work? You do a mentor-protege relationship. The mentor gives you a subcontract, then says, oh, this subcontract needs securities clearance. We'll sponsor them for their securities clearance. So then the mentor sponsors you for your securities clearance. That's a easier way of being able to get your securities clearance. And then with the joint venture, so you have your mentor-protege relationship, you have your joint ventures, they can go after unlimited sole source. The joint venture is a limited lifetime entity, right? So it's 2 years. There used to be this convoluted 3-2 rule, 2 years, 3 contracts, but they simplified it. 2-year lifetime for that joint venture. Now, it doesn't mean that once you get to the year 2, end of year 2, you can't accept any bids that had been out, right? So you might have 10 bids out that you've already bid on. You can accept those. You just can't put out new bids. And then the other thing is that as long as you have your MPA and it's your 6-year term, you can always create joint venture number 2, joint venture number 3, joint venture number 4. And SBA has held that at some point, one JV is too many and we might find you affiliated, but as long as I was in the agency and as long as I've been out, there have never been too many JVs under an MPA to find you affiliated. The one thing that I'll say is you can do a small to small JV, right? So if you're a hub zone company and you want to team up with an 8A and you want the 8A to be the 51% owner because you want the JV to inherit 8A status, you can do small to small without an MPA. But if you do JV number 1, JV number 2, JV number 3 without the MPA, you're going to be found affiliated eventually, especially if most of your revenue is coming from that joint venture. So you just want to be cautious. With the MPA, you're exempted from affiliation. You can do small to small joint ventures to get, and sometimes, by the way, the example I gave you, the hub zone and the 8A, so they'll do 2 joint ventures. On one, the 8A will be 51%. On the other, the hub zone will be 51%. So now they have 2 vehicles where they can go after 8A contracts and they can go after hub zone contracts. So you want to be careful because you might be found affiliated if a lot of your revenues are coming from that relationship. Let me stop there. I think I'm pretty close. Any questions? No questions? I put you guys to sleep. I'm sorry. So the one thing that I'd say is the Mentor Protege program is a great opportunity to team up. It creates a very interesting joint venture structure to pursue set-aside opportunities, but structure it correctly. The other thing that, I'm sorry, one more thing. The other thing that I'd say is, used to be on 8A joint ventures, they all had to be approved by the district office. So talking about your BOS, they all had to go to the BOS. It'd sit there forever to get approved. Now it's only sole source 8A opportunities that are, only JVs that are pursuing a sole source opportunity have to go to the SBA. and the process is even streamlined to a checklist. However, even if it doesn't have to be approved by the SBA, so if you do a HUBZone joint venture or a women-owned joint venture or a service-disabled joint venture, nobody's approving that on the front end, but you could get protested. And a lot of joint ventures have been winning contracts because of the unique qualification flow, right, from both members. So a lot of joint ventures are getting protested. And if you don't set it up correctly, where the managing member really controls, so a lot of times, like when we had a large multi-billion-dollar IT services company mentor a tribal entity, and they created a joint venture, right? They're highly successful, right? They keep winning stuff. But the multi-million-dollar IT services company was like, whoa, I don't like this no unanimous consent provision. So their lawyers were reluctant to just hand over the keys to the protege, right? Because like, you're gonna commit me. So they wrote in some requirements that require the consent of the minority member. Now, they went in eyes open, knowing that if they get protested, depending on whose desk it ends up on, there might be a totality of circumstances that leads to the finding of affiliation. But the mentor in this instance was like, I get it. We're going to take the risk because I'm not just handing over the keys. So they put in limits like, you know, if it's a contract over 100 million or if it's a contract over 50 million, you need authority from both members to pursue it. If you're going to file a lawsuit, you need both. And SBA is sometimes okay with those unique, extraordinary circumstances. But just make sure you create the joint venture agreement in a way that will, more likely than not, pass a potential protest, because you don't want to have put the whole thing together, pursued 18, 24, 36 months, and then get a protest and lose it because the joint venture agreement wasn't established correctly. So thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jess.
And thank you, John, also for being such a good sport about speaking after lunch, because it's so hard, right? We're all full, we're relaxed, a little sleepy. You know, listening to John speak, one of the words that he uses a lot is the word if, right? If P, then Q, if A, then B. And a lot of these strategic choices have ramifications down the line that can be really important. Some of those are complicated, some of them are much more straightforward. So just to share a quick example, one of our participants who came to our DC event and listened to John speak, she had her business's office was just outside of a hub zone. I mean, we're talking like a couple blocks, right? Like very, very close. But it turned out that if she just moved an office just a little bit, now she's in a hub zone, right? And now she can take advantage of all of those if P then Q and A then B, all of those strategic choices that are available to her. So some of these things are quick and easy solutions. Some of them require more considered evaluation and long-term strategy planning. So with that, we're about to go into a break. I do want to just draw your attention to the fact our next speaker, Jonathan Wright, I've lost track of him. There he is. Okay. So Jonathan will be able to stick around just a little bit, but then he's got to go. So what he'll be speaking about is the Indian Incentive Program. So during the break, if you know you want to connect with him, go ahead and I'm sorry, I hope I'm not setting you up for like everybody to come. This is perfect. Okay. So we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. So enjoy the break, take care of your needs, and we'll hear from Jonathan next.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years.
We work a lot with our Anji Bimadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point.
We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That would be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard, thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, got to plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did. But now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of businesses it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
Okay, so we're almost ready to get started. Before I introduce Jonathan, I want to make sure I mention that we have a ton of resources on the tables in the back. And there's business cards and brochures. There's a whole lot of it. We encourage you to take those with you, share them with your colleagues because they're useful. They're also heavy, and then we don't have to carry them home. But we want to make sure that you know that they're there if you need them. And there's business cards for me in the back, so make sure that you're grabbing what you need there. So I wanted to introduce Jonathan Wright, and he reached out, and I was so delighted to hear from him that he would be available to speak about the Indian Incentive Program. So he's currently the Associate Director for the Office of Small Business Programs at DoD, and the focus of his position now is collaboration, right, across agencies, DoD small business offices, sharing best practices, and he also serves as the program manager for the Indian Incentive Program, which, as you know, is all about encouraging the use of AIA NNH businesses. In addition to all of that experience, Jonathan also has experience in finance and has worked in Wall Street. So he knows all kinds of things, ins and outs, and is a great resource for you as well. He's an alumnus of Hampton University, so local guy, right? And he graduated magna cum laude and has a BS in finance. He also holds an executive MBA from the University of Maryland at the Smith School of Business, where he also graduated at the top of his class. So we're so happy that you're here and willing to share your expertise. And I'll turn it over to you. You have to press pretty hard.
Okay, awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Took 3 hours and 44 minutes to get here from Loudoun County, but it's good to be here. I wonder how long it's going to take to get home. I saw all the construction across going to the tunnel, and that was not here before when I was here. It's been a while, so I'm coming up on my 20th year anniversary at Hampton, so I'm looking forward to coming back for homecoming. So I'm getting old, dating myself, I guess. But pleasure to be here again. So bringing you greetings from Mr. Farouk Mehta. So if you don't know who he is, he's the Director of Small Business for OSD for all the DoD. And so pretty much my role, I have two hats that I wear. So one hat is the Indian Incentive Program. The other is I set all the goals for DoD and all the components. So working with SBA, so performance management, making sure we hit our goals, things of that nature. So I know the last gentleman talked a lot about that 15% that we have to hit, and the Secretary of Defense is well versed on that, wanting weekly updates in terms of where we are and what we're doing. And so there is a lot of discussion about hitting our goals. So from a small business perspective, you are in a perfect spot because this is an opportunity where small business has been highlighted. And typically in my previous role, we didn't talk a lot about small business, to be frank. And now that's the topic that most people are talking about across the department. So great time, interesting times, great time for you as small business owners. But what we're going to talk about today is a little bit about the Indian Incentive Program. Has anybody used the program before? Has anybody heard of the program? I thought it was a myth. You thought it was a myth? So we're going to talk about that. A lot has changed. So I've been in the role for 2 years, and when I first started in the role, I think that was the consensus that I've heard from people that's used the program, is that there's been some challenges getting things through the system, things of that nature. So we'll talk about a lot of the improvements that we've made, and we do have the funding. So that was a myth that a lot of people said we don't have funding. We do have funding, fully funded. It's congressionally mandated now, so it's in the budget. And we don't have any backlog as well. So we're looking for rebates to come through the system. So show of hands again, who's used it? I think nobody in this room has used the program at all. Wow. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why we're here. It's because we need more participants using it. We see the usual suspects, and you'll see that as we look through the stats. So just a little bit about the office, so you can kind of take a look here how we're structured. So we're a part of OSD, but the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Industrial Policy. So we just became an ASD, which is a big deal. So our new leadership, Honorable Laura Taylor Calais, just joined us, political appointee, and she's a fantastic leader, very well versed in what we're doing here from a small business perspective. And you'll see over here on the side, you have Director's Office of Small Business Programs. So we're kind of on our own island within the organization. We're not as deep as you would say, but in terms of the focus area, Mr. Mita is direct to the ASD, but also the Secretary of Defense, Undersecretary of Defense. We have meetings with them literally bi-weekly on this topic. So in terms of our role, just to give you a sense, so we support all the syscoms, the system commands, all the components, so you can kind of get a sense for, we kind of roll up. So all the offices have a small business office, all the components, and those directors then, they don't report to us per se, but we support their offices from the perspective of policy. We have the mentor protege program, so I know that was mentioned in the last discussion, so that's under our office. And we also support the 8A program as well with SBA, working very closely with them. And also the Apex Accelerators. So everybody knows who their Apex Accelerator is right in the room. Very important person that you need to know. And that's run through our office as well. Now the Indian Incentive Program. So if you look here at the chart and you look at the funding levels. So again, congressionally mandated now, so we have a budget line. Established in 1997, so not too old, right? And we started with $8 million. And then that grew in 98 to 15 million. It's been steady state for the last decade or so. And then recently, 2019, right before COVID, we started to see an influx of rebates coming in and more lobbyists, quite frankly, going to the Hill asking for more funding for the program. And so now we've increased it to 20 million in 2020 or 2019 started to increase, and then 2021, we had 25 million. And they've been asking for more funding as well on the Hill. However, if we don't see more rebates coming in, then that's going to impact the demand. So the more demand that we have, then the more opportunity for more funding. So what is the Indian Incentive Program and how do you qualify? So number one, the whole purpose of this program is for prime contractors to be incentivized to use Native American, ASEANs, also Native Hawaiian companies to use them as a subcontractor. Now, you have to have at least $500,000 on that subcontract to be eligible. So it's not the smaller subcontracts, it has to be at least $500K. If it meets that requirement, then that's one of the value propositions that you can present to the prime to utilize you as a subcontractor, because they're going to get 5% back in a rebate, which is essentially free money. So that money goes to the prime. So a lot of misconception is that that money will go to the sub, but it doesn't. That just gives you an opportunity to become a subcontractor for one of those prime contractors. Any questions on that? Yes.
So when you say prime, we immediately think of a large.
Yes.
Can the prime be a small as well?
Yes. Yes. Now, I did hear a talk about affiliations, and I was thinking in my mind if I were in your shoes and we have all these different affiliations, but that does not apply with the Indian Incentive Program. So it's no affiliations from that perspective. So it can't be, you know, ANC, for example, and then you have sister companies and things of that nature, and then you're getting the 5%. No, it doesn't work that way for the Indian Incentive Program specifically.
I have a question.
Sure.
Does the rebate need to be advertised in the solicitation?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good point. That's going to be the next slide.
Okay.
So no, that's a great point, because the language has to be in there. The FAR clause has to be in there. and I'll bring that up so you can see. But the contracting officers, we've been training them, but there are a lot of new contracting officers, quite frankly, so it's a revolving door. So we have to constantly make sure that they're informed about that clause has to be in the contract. Otherwise, I've seen instances where after the fact you can go back in and add it, but it's a lot more challenging, and also time consuming. So that can delay your rebate if it's not in there. Yes, Chris.
But if you as a prime doing your planning know you're going to be doing $500,000 or more with a Native American, you can request that before pre-award. To add that?
You can. You can. So a lot of times we'll see the subcontractors and the primes working very closely with, the contracting officers to make sure that it's in the clause, they verify that, they validate that. I've even seen the subs really working closely with the primes because a lot of times they don't know how to complete the paperwork properly. So I've seen that they're working very closely with them to make sure that all the paperwork is in right the first time, because that can cause significant delays in the process. And just when I came on board, I seen a few rebates that, were well, it took years really because the paperwork wasn't accurate and things of that nature. So we've gotten it down to more truncated to more of a 6-month process, and hopefully we can get that to a 3-month. But fingers crossed. Of course, this is the government you're talking about, so there's a lot of bureaucracy, but we'll talk about how we're using technology to streamline the process. Any other questions on that? So we talked about the clause. So this is very, very, very important that they have this in here. The DFARS clause 252.226/7001. If you haven't read that language, I highly encourage you to just Google it, go online, go on our website, business.defense.gov. There is a lot of information on what needs to go into the contract. But definitely read that because it will tell you exactly what qualifies you to participate in the program. So this is all governed under Section 504 of the Indian Financing Act of 1974. So there's not a huge clause when I read it. There's only like 2 paragraphs that touch on this really when it talks about the Indian Incentive Program. But it is a very simple program to understand from that standpoint. They articulate it very clearly in terms of who qualifies and who doesn't qualify. So you got to be federally recognized tribal enrollment, Native American, Native Alaskan, Native Hawaiian, right? And BIA is a part of that. So we will validate and verify. So it has to be 51% ownership as well in terms of making sure that you have more than 51% of the enterprise ownership. So you want to make sure you meet those qualifications. So in terms of how you submit a rebate, I'm not going to go too much in depth on that in this discussion. This is more of a higher level perspective of how the program works. But if you have questions, you can reach out to our office and we'll walk you through all the particulars, because it is very important that you have all the documentation submitted correctly the first time, or else the contracting officer is going to sit on it for maybe weeks or months. And then once it comes to us, then we're going to kick it back, and then it's going to just sit in a black hole. So you want to make sure that you have all the documents correct, and I've seen this happen. But we have a very stringent process in terms of how we review the rebates. And so what we're using now is technology to be able to make sure that we streamline the process. So we created a portal. And so this portal will make sure that all the documentation is in accurately, but also notify the prime contractor of where it is in the process. I think that's been the biggest challenge, is people were submitting rebates and had no clue where it was in the process. So now when you submit it, you're going to get alerts along the way, which is very important, and I think have been applauded. So when we talk to the prime contractors, Lockheed's, the Northrop Grumman's, the larger companies, they are very excited about that new development. But they're the same usual suspects that are using the program. So we want to have more diversity in the program, have more people using the program, but it comes to awareness. And that's one of the challenges that we've been seeing, especially when you look at the stats from a Native Hawaiian perspective. Less than 1% of Native Hawaiians have used the program. So if we look at the rebates by the numbers, So if you take a look at the rebates since 2015 through 2022, we've had roughly about that 120 range. FY22, we had 133 rebates, 25 million, of course, in funding, and leveraging $500 million of contracts. So we're pretty happy with the number of totality, but the diversity of who's using it is the challenge that we have. So if you look at it from a perspective of industries participating in the Indian Incentive Program, you'll see that manufacturing and professional services are, about 50% of who's using it. And so that's okay, but we would like to see some other diversity in this regard. And I'm not sure why it's showing up in this fashion, but I'll send out the slides and make sure that you can actually read it. And then also FY 18 to 22, you can kind of get a feel for what syscoms are actually using the program, and it's Air Force and Army overwhelmingly using the program the most. Participation. So this was the breakdown where I talked about, who is using it from a native subcontractor perspective. So if you look at Alaskan, that's 56%. They're using the program very well. Native Hawaiian, 1%. Native Indian, 42%. So these are just stats. It's not necessarily good or bad, but just the facts. And so we'll send this out as well so you guys have these slides. This was interesting when we ran the numbers, and we're going to update this as well with FY23 numbers. But the DoD primes, the top 5 DoD primes that are using the program, Lockheed Martin, Anham, Simstar, U.S. Foods, BAE Systems. So those are the main ones using the program from a prime perspective. And then you can see from a native subcontractor perspective who the top 5 are using it. It's a lot of services organizations are using it. A lot of food, actually, services as well. We're starting to see a lot of those coming through. Now, in terms of location of participating primes, you'll see that there's some states that have no participation at all. Obviously, our goal is to have the whole United States using it. Every state has some representation, but in this case, there are some that are not. And I was actually just up at a conference in North Dakota, and we're making a big push to go to some of those states that have no representation to at least make them aware that these opportunities exist. From a native subcontractor perspective, you'll see just some facts here that there's certain states that are not participating. So if you see your state up here, most of you are from Virginia or North Carolina, so you do have representation, but there are other states here that we want to see more representation as well. Improving the rebate process. So that's been one of the biggest issues that we've heard when we went out to hear why people weren't using the program. One, it was because of lack of awareness, or 2, because the program wasn't funded, or 3, they thought that people the government wasn't processing them fast enough to be an incentive to use it. So we created an Indian Incentive Program portal. We have the funding for it. We have the technical requirements done, and we're ready to start building out on it. So unfortunately, I'm going to be going back to another group in a few months here. So, but I've left the requirements, hopefully in good hands, so we'll be moving forward with the development of that. But yes, question.
Do you need a sole source contract Native American company to fill that requirement?
You know what? I'm not on the contracting side, so we could talk about that. Let me get your card, right? And I'll give it to the Corps. Indian Incentive Program portal. So these are just some views. I'm not going to bore you with it, but the intent is to streamline the process within the government, better awareness across where it is in the process, making sure our contracting officers understand how the process works, and more so communication with the contracting community, but also the subcontractors and the primes. I'll pause there. Manny, down at the bottom, I wish he was here with me, but he is the one that does all of the work in the background. He will still be on board. He's been doing this for 6 years. He is fantastic. So any questions that you have about the program, any of the particulars, you can reach out to Manny or myself. Also, business.defense.gov, great resource for you. Highly, highly encourage you go there. There's our QR code there. I have some cards here as well. I'll be sticking around for maybe 10 or 15 minutes after this talk, and happy to be here. Any questions? Yes.
You mentioned the program is looking for diversity.
Yes.
In utilization. Is there anything that prevents a Native American-owned prime from using the program?
No. Yes. We would like that. No other? Oh, yes, sir.
On a few slides back, you have it broken down by the states, like the next slide, that slide there. Is that by the specific tribes, kudos?
So these are where, when they submitted the documentation, they had to put where the work was being performed. And so a lot of these times, these are not necessarily where they were headquartered, but where the work or the contract was being performed. And so that's what you're seeing here in terms of the state. Yes. No other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
If you had to say what is the number one thing that is most misunderstood or not known that's important?
So what's misunderstood? I think the funding levels, there's a lot of questions about, is the funding level going to continue? Is it going to be going away? Is it going to be increasing? We get a lot of lobbyists to come in and say, hey, there's more demand, we need more funding. However, when we look at the number of rebates coming in, we always have enough funding. Also, it's not one-year money. So a lot of times that's the other thing. You see $25 million, does it have to be expended in that year? It's actually 3-year money for the Indian Incentive Program. So we could have money that crosses over in multiple years. So that's also a benefit. But the money typically comes in every year, so we'll have a rolling $25 million, and sometimes that can be more if it hasn't been expended in the previous year.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
All set? And, where was the question?
If there's time.
Sure, go right ahead.
I was just gonna with you offline, but, so a lot of the times we have to sell these contracts or these incentive programs, and you gave some good information earlier, but a lot of the times gov to gov likes to talk gov to gov. So we're just blood-sucking contractors, we're there to sell, right? But is there anybody that we can like set them up with you guys so they can get a brief directly?
Oh, yeah.
So we just reach out to your office?
Yes. So I don't know if you heard of the Triad meeting. So it's a big meeting that the primes hold. And the last one we did was maybe a month ago. Diane Dempsey from BAE held it. And there was probably 500 participants on that call. It was from all of the prime contractors. And we did a brief similar to this on the program, and they were blown away. It was a lot of contracting officers, things of that nature, and they didn't know it existed. So I think that awareness is going to help the subcontractors quite a bit. Yes.
Quick one, have any primes run into timing issues where they submit and the funds tapped?
Yes, previous to me coming on board, I've seen that happen. Where the funding wasn't there, we had some issues like continuing resolutions and things of that nature, where that's challenged us with paying out rebates in timely fashion. And so that's been a challenge. But now that we've have it in the budget, we have the funding there, we're processing in time, I don't think that's going to be as much of a challenge going forward.
But it's still finite, correct? It's a cap. Is it a hard cap on the $25 million so that once it's done for that fiscal year,
you got to wait for the new money? Yes, first come, first serve. So, yeah, precisely, yes. Yes.
Does it automatically roll over to the next year, or
If you
don't make the cap this year, is it automatically roll over to next year?
Correct. So it'll just be a first come, first serve. So if you didn't get paid out this year, you will eventually get paid out. That's the bottom line. So that's the beautiful thing about it. It's just a matter of when.
So if you get tapped in a year, you're not out.
Correct.
You're just going to have to wait on checking them in.
Exactly. But now the other challenge with that is if the contract's closed, so then the contracting officer has to reopen the contract, and sometimes there's some challenges with that. So we've had funding that got kicked back because the contract was already closed. So we're trying to prevent that by processing in real time. so that we won't have that issue. But that could be an issue. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to, my colleague Kaya in the back, she needs you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And you did say we can share your slides, right? Yeah, okay. It looks a little funny. Okay, all right. So we'll share that. And on that note, a few of you, a large number of you, said, "Wow, this is a lot of information. Are we going to get slides? Is it being recorded?" So yes, I believe we can share the slide deck from almost all of our speakers. I have to double check with them first. We'll share that, and then for streaming and for the recorded, you know the event website that you found to register and has the agenda and all that. There's a new tab up at the top that says streaming. That's for our live audience. It's actually the exact same link for the recording. So you will be able to share that. You can share it with your colleagues. You don't have to memorize everything that was said today, and you can have access to all of those materials. So I would like to introduce my colleague, Chris Pierce. It's a little challenging to introduce Chris because she's practically an institution unto herself. And I know that many of you know Chris and have worked with Chris. So she has been with the National Center off and on for a very long time, and she has been around for many of our firsts, including the first res, right, Chris? Yeah. Chris also is a certified procurement professional, a CPP, and she is a graduate of Niagara University. The other thing I want to tell you about Chris is that I love hearing about her from my clients, because I tell you, if somebody starts a sentence with, "I was speaking with Chris Pierce," I know what's coming next. And what's coming next is, "She's amazing. It was so helpful." So I really appreciate that. Now, I can't tell you anything about karaoke. We've never done that, so I don't know if she loves it or hates it. But I do know that she's very good and just an amazing resource. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Chris. Here's your clicker. You have to press pretty hard on that button.
Okay. You do not want to hear me do karaoke. I was a drummer. I beat things. It did not help me to learn how to carry a tune. But I know how to beat things. All right. And so I welcome you to Native Edge Institute here in Virginia. This is our first time down in Southeast Virginia. So I'm glad to see all the tribes here. It was nice. Usually we're up in DC, so it's nice to be down here. This is who we were. We're being rebranded, and we're being rebranded by the Department of Defense. And so we're in the process. A lot of my slides say PTAC. We're trying to catch up with Apex Accelerator. Apex is not an acronym. It's just the word Apex. Somebody said, "Oh, you're an Apexer?" I would rather be an accelerator. And so actually, what I'm going to do today is tell you how to put your foot on the gas using an Apex accelerator. I just said that. Our goal is to make you successful in government contracting. Your success is our success. I'd be singing in the shower if it wasn't for you. We work with Native American-owned firms. There are seven of us who are funded by DoD to work with Native Americans exclusively. We have an online application, and we will ask you for your tribal ID or a letter from your tribe saying you are a tribal enterprise, because we have to document we're actually working with Native Americans. You have to own 51% of the company, and you have to be a for-profit company. And we get called all the time about tribes working with their economic development departments or commissions, how to start. Now, the National Center does that. It does that work, but the Apex Accelerator is strictly government contracting. We, among the 7 Apex Accelerators, are very large. We've been with the program from the very beginning. What is now Apex Accelerators were created through a National Defense Authorization Act in 1985. The first contracts were in 1986. The National Center was among the first, and I was there. We cover 33 states and the natives within those states. This is how we're broken up. We're 100% of 3. The fact that we're organized by BIA regions there's absolutely no relationship between DoD and BIA. It was simply we were already organized that way. Okay, we'll keep the organization. So we are organized by BIA regions, but only because we were already organized that way as a people. What we do for Native businesses, and we're really going to get into this deeply, we can determine if what you're doing is suitable to government contracting. We're going to find opportunities. One of our most basic services is an online bid match service. We pay the subscription on your behalf. It's free. Every business day, you get an email with bid matches. For some reason, contracting officers aren't uploading opportunities on Saturday and Sunday, so it is only business days. And we also help you with all the registrations and certifications. In fact, certifications is kind of my bailiwick. I've been doing A-Day, and HubZone came in 1986. Women-owned took 20 years to get. And service-disabled vendors, service-disabled veteran-owned is the latest certification, which is now, used to be a verification through the VA, is now a certification with SBA. We also unite businesses with decision makers. You've heard already today about RES and the big matchmakers that we do at RES. We actually put on once a year with the Department of Interior and Health and Human Services a bi-Indian matchmaker. So for those of you who are federally recognized, or either American Indian or Alaska Native, because the Bi-Indian Act was that if you're served by our agencies, you should receive the business. And so that's where the Bi-Indian Act is. Also, for the veterans, there's an act of Congress called Vet First, which says we serve vets, we should contract with vets. We sponsor events like this with our host or separately. We participate in all kinds of networking events. There's another Native Edge Institute coming up in New York City. And also for those of you who might like to go to Connecticut, there is a big, it's hosted by the Department of Defense Northeast Regional Council, a big matchmaker up there. And these are the government agencies and primes that are in New York and New England. So if you're looking at that market area, that might be a good event to go to in order to go face-to-face. It's on August 10th. And if you're interested, just email me and I'll send you the information. And we, whether it's in training or in one-on-one technical assistance, we inform and educate. What do we do for the government and industry on your behalf? We educate them. You just heard Mr. Wright say education is part of it. We educate them constantly. The DoD has regional councils all over the country. You happen to be in the Mid-Atlantic Regional Council, and which again is the DoD agencies and the DoD prime contractors. We sponsor events that they participate in. Had Mr. Wright here. We maintain a listing of Native American businesses. We often will get a call from an agency or a prime contractor who will say, I need a Native American with this NAICS code, maybe a keyword or two about their specific needs. We'll go and look at our client list, who matches the profile. I will admit, if I can't find anybody on the client list, I'll start looking for you and encouraging you to become a client. And we match them up. We match them up. And we work directly with the government, which includes tribes. We help tribes get contractors. Or we help contractors who are going to do business on a reservation get registered with a tribe if they're a tribal employment rights tribe, or if, like Navajo, they have their own system. And as you saw earlier, we have the Navajo region. So the subject matter expert on doing business with Navajo is my colleague, Mabel Tutsi. And, but we work with them to identify specific businesses for them to do business with. We're located, our main office is with Lockheed in Marietta, Georgia. Navajo Nation hosts one office, Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. One of our clients, actually, Iron Woman Construction, gives us the office. I'm in Lockheed Martin with Liverpool. And the Tunica Biloxi tribe also hosts one of our offices. This is our staff. Our program manager is George Williams. A lot of people know George from Georgia. He also is housed with our senior office manager. Mabel, of course, is Navajo. Adolfo Vasquez is New Mexico. Stan Sams is Colorado. I'm New York. And Chris Johnson is down in Louisiana. We also, as I indicated, we have subject matter experts. Mabel knows the Navajo Nation better than I ever will. She is fluent in English and Navajo. Also, she formerly worked with the General Services Administration. She knows Sam intimately. She also does our GSA multiple award contracts. She has that expertise. Adolfo, 20 years Army contracting officer, retired lieutenant colonel. You want to know what a contracting officer can and cannot do? He's the guy to talk to. Stan Sams is relatively new. I basically do it all. But actually, my subject matter expertise is tribal enterprises. I've been working with tribal enterprises since 1984. So anything tribal. As I said, Mabel is Navajo, a world unto itself, but I've been working with tribal enterprises for a lot of years, and that's my expertise, along with, like I said before, I do certifications, and that means state and local. And like I said, and some tribes have some requirements. So we do, and Chris Johnson, the man knows the Coast Guard. He's down in Louisiana. He knows the U.S. Coast Guard. He's also our FEMA subject matter expert. For some reason, we in New York do not get the hurricanes that Louisiana does. This is our contact information if you want to do our headquarters. This is our general, I'll have my contact information because we're all out in the field. If you're not Native American, you can go to this website. This is our professional association, the Association of Procurement Technical Assistance Center. We're in the process of figuring out what to call ourselves in the future. It's okay, when this program started, we were Government Marketing Assistance Centers. AMAX, GMAX, whatever we were. So this is not the first change I've been through. Now, I want to apologize up front. If you're really knowledgeable, you've been in government contracting for years, you might get bored with this. But basically, what I want to do is to, how do you know when you're ready? What training and technical assistance is available? How do I develop a plan of action? And then how do I grow as a contractor and subcontractor? And with that regard, everybody who's currently my client, if you would raise your hand. Now you know who to talk to about whether or not I'm good or not. First is a self-assessment. To determine whether or not you're ready for government contract is a self-assessment. And this is something I can help you with. We're just thinking about getting into government contracting. That's okay. I'll talk to you about it. Are you an established business? Especially the 8A program, they want you to have 2 years of experience. Is your company financially stable? Unlike the commercial world, you usually have to carry a government contract to completion to get paid. Sometimes there are interim, where you report quarterly and get paid quarterly. You got to carry them contracts. And that means having the financial responsibility for your employees, for your subs, suppliers. Does the government buy your product or service? The government buys everything. But if you're an electrical contractor and only wants to work in 5 rural counties, and there's no federal footprint, then we better be talking state and local. And especially if there's no, and then there's no tribe in those 5 counties. So it's, what do you see as your market? Now, of course, a lot of people say, oh, I'll go anywhere in the world. Do you know how to work OCONUS? It's a scary world out there. So you really have to have a sense of where you want to work and does the government buy what you're selling there. Does your overall business plan include government marketing and government contracting? You should have an overall business plan. Yes, Lockheed Martin exists quite well on government contracting only. But that's a unicorn. Most everybody else has to have a commercial market. A Boeing has a commercial market as well as a government market. So you need to have an overall business plan, which part of that will be your marketing plan. And again, will your company's cash flow will be compatible with the government? I hit finances twice. Believe me, you don't want to come up short on a government contract and not be able to perform. You've heard several people say the contracting community is quite small. They know each other. They talk to each other. So what are the basic steps to success? And of course, I'm selling my organization and the services. But the Apex Accelerators, we were created to help you. we're given resources to assist you. So these are your tax dollars at work. So make your tax dollars work for you. And again, same, going through the same questions we talked about. But the key is a plan of action, having a plan of action. I'm not saying something set in stone. You can change your mind, or something will come up that'll say, oh, wait a minute, here's an opportunity. Like in the middle of COVID. Where do I get business now? The bases are closed. So your plan of action is going to include an initial assessment. Now, I'm talking from the perspective of an established business. If you're a startup that's thinking about, in the long run, there's going to be government contracting, the National Center can assist you, not the Apex Accelerator, but our host, the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. When it comes to government contracting, you heard John talk about this, the North American Industry Classification System, which replaced the Standard Industrial Code, federal supply codes, product service codes. Every federal solicitation is assigned a NAICS code and a product service code or a federal supply code. So when you're trying to match something with SAM, those are the two codes that you're going to use. And also look at prime contracting opportunities and subcontracting opportunities. Subcontracting is a great place to start. I can tell you right now, a lot of primes will have told me, oh, the best way to get our company as a mentor is to be our subcontractor. So that we've learned about you, we've worked with you, we've gained some confidence in you. So we'll do a mentor protege with you. We'll do a joint venture with you. We'll do subcontracting opportunities under the Indian Incentive Program. So you want to conduct market research on those opportunities that are out there. Of course, the registration process, we're talking the system for award management, tax identification number, and then as a result of SAM registration, you're going to get a unique entity identifier. DUNS ended April 5th of 2022. It's now UEI. CAGE is still, you'll still get that as part of SAM registration, but that is actually Department of Defense because they keep track of everybody. And then eligibility. You heard from John. Everything in the simplified acquisition area, that's $10,000 to $250,000, automatically set aside to small business. And then small disadvantaged business is a self-certification, but you're going to find out that most people want you to have 8A. They're the only certified small disadvantaged businesses. So they'll usually want to know if you're an 8A or if you've been an 8A. If all else was the same, would you still qualify? Hub zone. Now for tribes, you should be looking at 8A. If you have tribal lands in trust, then look for hub zone. Tribal lands are always hub zone. If you're off, any business that's off reservation, July 1st, next week, we get the new hub zone maps. You may or may not be eligible anymore. So next week you want to, if you're off res, you're going to want to check, and your hub zone, you're going to want to check and make sure that you're still located in a hub zone. Then the woman-owned and economic development and economic woman-owned small business, and the veteran-owned small business and small disadvantaged veteran-owned small business. These are all now SBA certifications. The bid match service, also my clients know I keep an eye on all small business opportunities because I want to give everybody a heads up to make sure they pursue the set-asides. And we continue to inform and educate. On the application process for the small business programs. Now, for those of you who are either tribal enterprises or thinking about starting tribal enterprises, the 8A, there are some unique things about the 8A application process for tribes. And that, again, is in my subject matter expertise. We help you with marketing to the prime contractors, getting your capability statement, John talked to you about the dynamic small business search and your SBA profile. That's your first capability statement. And it's the first capability statement that government agencies and prime contractors looking for eligible small businesses is going to see. And then, of course, the FAR. And my clients know how I love the FAR. We are not attorneys. We can't give you opinions. Again, we can only inform and educate you about the FAR, the DFARs, and those of you that are looking for Buy Indian, the Department of Interior Acquisition Regulations, DIRE, the HHSAR, Health and Human Services Acquisition Regulations, which is the only place you're going to find the Buy Indian Act. And cybersecurity compliance. You cannot get a contract with the Department of Defense or its prime contractors now without having your rating, your cybersecurity rating. This is not CMMC, we're not there yet. But you have to have your self-assessment rating in the Supplier Performance Risk System, what they call SPRS. And the Apex accelerators were part of the Department of Defense. We're funded in part by them. So, of course, they expect us to help you get on SPRS. And then, of course, eventually it'll be CMMC. I'm not quite sure when we're going to get CMMC. We're on version 2 that was related to NIST Special Publications 800-171, revision 2. Well, the draft revision 3 just came out. So we're probably looking at CMMC 3.0. So you want to integrate your plan of action into your public sector marketing plan. Here's what I'm going to do federal. Here's what I'm going to do state, if that's your choice. It's your plan. It's your business, not mine. It's your business. It's your marketing plan. What I can do is support your efforts. I can support your efforts. And then you're going to want to integrate that public sector marketing plan into your general marketing plan for your business. And as I say, there are businesses that can be exclusively federal, but it's a little tougher. And I will say that COVID was the first time I saw both the commercial and the public market disappear. And you're going to want to put something in writing. And the reason you're going to want to put it in writing is because that's going to inform your capability statements. That's going to inform your elevator speech. That's going to inform your briefings. It's also going to give you the Bible that will help you tailor all of those for particular customers. And the executive summary should be written last, and it's a general overview of the rest. What are my products and services? One of the hardest things for me as a counselor is to find out, well, I can sell them anything. They're looking for your expertise, not just anything. They're looking for your expertise in a particular product or service. What are you focused on? What is your expertise? Now, a marketing plan should never be, again, cut in stone, because an opportunity may present itself and you say, oh, okay, yeah, you know. The agency says, you know, well, I like that you're tribal. I like that you're 8A, but I wish you were hub zone, because that's the goal I'm not making. Could you be a hub zone? And of course, the first call is, Chris, can I be hub zone? Okay, here's the process. And then it was like, by the way, now that you've submitted your hub zone plan, could we talk about inching your product area or service area a little over toward what we need? So I'm not saying cast in stone, but it'll inform everything else you do. And believe me, the agency wasn't asking them to move much off the mark. They saw what they were capable of and could see where they could expand on it. Know your target customers. Again, how big a territory are you willing to cover? What agencies are there? Is it a federal market? Is it a state market? A lot of your members, for the tribes, a lot of your members, when they go into business, the tribe is the first government they want to do business with. So it helps if the tribe is ready with a purchasing program and a plan. A little outside of our scope, but you might want to think about that too, because that supports your local economy. But I had a client, she was in the 8A program when I got her. She was 2 years into the program. She hadn't had a contract yet. We looked at her market, and there was no federal agency. There was no federal prime. You know, and I said, you need to think about expanding your market area. And here's some ideas, you know, that are just a little beyond what you consider your market. The unique selling proposition and competitive analysis. Now, a lot of contracting officers, a lot of buyers will, you know, ask you about your socioeconomic status, but what they really want to know is, what can you do for me? You need to match your selling proposition to that. Pricing and sales volume. I will be honest, the best source of information about pricing and sales volume potential is actually a small business development center, because they have very intense general business assistance and training on sales strategies and all the different ways you can develop a sales strategy. We're generally looking at one solicitation, one agency. So when you're looking at your pricing and sales, it should probably be something you start with the SBDC. And then a location. I've talked about that enough. Location, everything's location, location, location. And here's something my clients hear about is, you got one piece of business out of that agency, okay, let's go for 2. You don't want to just go through SAM and, go shoot for this, shoot for that. Shoot. No, you got 1 out of Indian Health Services. Let's look at 2. Let's look at 3. You know, you've got your foot in the door, now how do you shove the rest of your leg in? The other thing is financial projections. And again, we're talking, we talked about it during the capital, access to capital, really understanding your financial situation and, what kind of income you need to support the business you have and who's going to give you that income. I will be honest with you, in recent years, because of the strengthening of the Buy Indian Act for the federally recognized tribes, Alaska Native communities, and the Buy Indian Act, Department of Interior, Health and Human Services is really where people break into government contracting. Because first of all, right now it's a self-certified. There's a form, and you submit your certification with each set of, when you respond to a set-aside solicitation. So you need to be thinking of your financial projections and your goal setting and how government contracting is going to fit into that. Commercial, there's probably bigger money opportunities there, but it's like totally unregulated kind of thing. They do their own thing. Where the government is a little more challenging, but they always pay. Unless there's a good reason not to, and they always pay. Now, you're going to get my slides, but these are all the other resources that you can use in developing your government contracting. The Apex accelerators, small business development centers, I've already talked to them. SBA has its Office of Government Contracting, so of course the SBDCs support that effort. SBA also funds women's business centers, veterans business outreach centers, the Service Corps of Retired Executives. A lot of my clients don't know about SCORE, but for your initial mentor, there can be some really, really good people with industry experience. The Minority Business Development Agency funds business centers like Jess. Now, for those of you who are manufacturers and want business development support, including cybersecurity, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, one in every state. And then for those of you in North Carolina, you have a state-funded program, the North Carolina Military Business Center, great resource. They're state-funded, they're specific to North Carolina, but they want to keep those defense dollars in the state, so they do a lot of support work. So any questions? Well, what I'm going to recommend, I know all my clients are going to call me next week. Monday and Tuesday I'm not in. But for those of you who aren't my clients, please gather my business cards and please consider becoming a client. I would love to work with you. And your success is my success, and I want to be successful.
Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, whose brain is tired? Right? It's been a long, you're like raising your hands. You don't want to be too enthusiastic, right? Yes, so we've got a lot. We have just a little bit more to chat about before we wrap things up. So I wanted to, we've been so detailed all day. stop zipping things. We're not done. We got just a little bit more. Can you tell I used to be a professor? Right, I hear those cues. So we've gone really far into the details, and I wanted to now take a big step back and talk about leadership. And I know that sometimes people are like, well, I have a really small business. What do you mean leadership? But I want to suggest that as business owners, that leadership is part of what you do. So let's explore that. I promise we'll be fast. So leadership is one or two words. How do you finish that sentence? For you personally, leadership is necessary. Leadership is important. Leadership is servitude, service. Leadership is essential. Yeah, common themes, right? And we have ways that we think about leadership. And in fact, when I was putting this together, when you look for images online that suggest leadership, a lot of them look like this, right? You've got one person up here at the front and all of these people that are in the background. And so who's the leader in this image, right? It's the orange game piece. And so we have this way of thinking about leadership that a leader is a person who has a great vision. This is a person who has answers. They're going to give them to the rest of us, and we're going to follow along, right? Isn't that a really common way to think about leadership, right? That it's this orange game piece right up at the front. And again, so common that this is the first thing that popped up, right, for images. So I want to challenge that notion just a little bit, and leadership is one of those things that I'm really interested in, and thinking about the business. Christopher Robichaud spends a lot of time thinking about what leadership is. He's based at Harvard, and what he says is that leadership is a practice, not a position. A practice, not a position, which means that leadership is an activity. It's a thing that we do that is sometimes tied to a role, and sometimes it's not, because it's an action that we take. And as Chief Ann was speaking, I wrote it down verbatim because I wanted to capture it and share it again at the end. She said, sustainability is a process, not an endpoint. And I think I would say that it's the same thing. Leadership is a process, not an endpoint. It's something that we do. So what are some other ways that we can think about and define leadership, especially as business owners, especially when we look at our positions and we say, well, I just own this business. I'm not sure that I'm a leader in my community. So what Christopher Robichaud says is that leadership is mobilizing people to work together for positive change in the world. Does your business do that? Are you mobilizing people? Are you creating jobs? Are you bringing wealth not just to yourself, but to your employees, to your community? As a business owner, are you able to help keep the dollars and the revenue within your tribal community or within your tribal lands? Because we want to be aware of that gap, right? If we have people in our community are spending money, do we want all that money to go to Walmart? Right? No, right? So when you are running a business, however big or however small, you're mobilizing people, right? You're doing more than just sales or profit or any of those other things that we tend to associate with what business is. And it's bringing that positive change into the world. So I wanted to really encourage you to see yourselves, every one of you, as leaders, something that you're doing. It's an activity. It's not a job title. Sometimes it's connected to a job title, sometimes it's not. And I want to appreciate and recognize that important role that you play. All right, almost done, almost done. So Charmaine, do they already have the paper, or do we? Okay, all right, so in your materials that you got at the beginning of the day, which feels like it was, 72 hours ago? All right, so you should have a piece of paper where you're gonna do just a brief activity. Write a note to yourself. And what you're gonna put on that is action items. Try to come up with at least 3 things that you're going to do as a result of this activity. Now, I'm not going to read these, okay? This is truly just a message that you're writing to yourself. Part of the reason that we do that is we know that the research shows that if you take the time right now, while it's fresh, to think about your action items and write them down, you're more likely to follow through. Charmaine is passing out envelopes, so please put your mailing address on it. And I'm going to send these back to you in about 3 months. You can seal that envelope. I'm not reading it, right? You're just talking to your future self. What are your action items? What do you hope to have accomplished about 3 months from now? And when you get that letter back, the other thing that I hope that it does for you is remind you that we're here, that we have all of these resources. So we're going to spend a couple minutes on that. The other thing that I'd like you to do as you're writing down your action items is pull out those evaluation forms and let us know how we did. Now, one reason is that our funders care, right? Our funders want to hear from us and want to hear from you. How well did we do? Did we meet your needs? So the funders are one audience. I would say that the more important audience for those evaluation forms is actually us and our team, because we want to make sure that we're doing a good job. We care very much about your feedback. We want to know what we're doing well, what we could do better, and what we could do differently. So I'm going to pause for just a moment. Yes? We don't have the evals. Eliza's got them. All right, Eliza to the rescue. Thank you very much. So we'll get those in. Yeah, so great question. NC Growth is on that follow-up form. Like, are you looking for technical assistance that you can fill out? NC Growth, we actually have not just a friendship with NC Growth, but a formalized relationship. And I am your liaison to NC Growth. So for those of you in North Carolina especially, but you don't have to be in North Carolina, NC Growth does all kinds of economic development work. Last year we worked on a tourism study with the Catawba Nation. So we do a lot of different things, and I am your resource for that. So please, if you're interested, you can put that on the TA assistance request, and you can also be in touch with me, and I'm happy to connect you. Do you work with NC Growth?
I asked because NC Growth did the economic assessment for us.
Oh, they did your economic assessment. Okay. Who did you work with at NC Growth?
Jesselyn.
Ah, yeah.
And she may have been an intern.
So Jess has, unfortunately for us, but happily for her, taken a great new position elsewhere. Darlene is the new, the other Jess, the NC Growth Jess. But yeah, so there's all kinds of resources through NC Growth, and I encourage you to check out their website and let us know if you would like to be connected. Could I get maybe just 1 or 2 of the action items? Somebody want to share something you're planning to do and that you'll follow up in 3 months when I send this to you? Who said that? I heard it. Okay, there we go.
What I did is approve and establish the board for Quahog Enterprises, which is our tribally owned company, and then complete the Hub Zone certification, and then complete the upload for SAM.gov and begin contracting.
Okay, you need like a staff of 20 for that. That's very ambitious. Yeah, no. And,
That was the only thing I didn't have was when they talked about the board members.
Mhm.
And then I went back and looked at the FAR,
Mhm.
NCFAR, that you can have 2 non-tribal members on the board.
On the board, yeah. Yeah, and
So that helped me.
and speaking of boards, you know, board development is not really something that we talked about a lot today, although I remember Chief Ann was talking about, like, if it's all your family, then it turns into the same arguments you have at the dinner table, right? But board development is actually a skill and a set of expertise and something to think about and be intentional rather than kind of haphazard. And if that's something that you're interested in, we can help as well. Does somebody else want to share an action item that they have? Yeah.
Chicken scratch.
You can't read your own writing.
So I guess for us, we want to get our export compliancy SOP down locked tight. So when we're starting to support FMS cases and things like that, we have it done, and that way it doesn't have to be pushed through to the government agency or whatever. So we want to do that in-house.
Okay, great. Well, you'll get to check in with yourself when you get that letter back in the mail. Okay? I see people are still writing. Somebody else have one that they want to share? Deborah's making eye contact.
I'll share. Follow up with new contacts made today. And I am always the optimist. Add 2 new tribal enterprises as clients and mentorship.
Okay, so 2 new tribal enterprises as clients, mentorship, and I'm sorry, what was the first one?
Following up with the new contacts made.
Following up with the new contacts made today. So I hope that we have given you ample time to meet one another, and in a minute I'll talk about the informal networking that we have. It's so helpful to know who else is out there, who you might want to speak with and connect with. Somebody else want to share one? I see lots of thoughtful faces that are writing. Okay, so as you're finishing that up, let me go over just a couple of housekeeping items. So those res registrations that we promised you, we want to make sure that you checked in, right? Because it's only for people who came in person. Eliza, who's at the back of the room, she's also affiliated with UNC Chapel Hill. She's a Keenan Institute intern. She has the check-in sheet. If you came in late or something, you want to make sure that you stop and double check with her that you signed in and we have a record of you being here. For the evaluation forms and the letters that you're writing to yourself, we'll collect those at the back of the room. Yes, Kaya.
Res registration, is that just for participants?
That we're here today.
Does that include speakers?
Kai is asking if it includes speakers, and I have to say that is not a question for me. That is, we'll find that out. Yeah, we'll have to ask Chris. Okay. Thank you for asking that. And then, you know, the other thing I want to say is that nobody does it alone. Nobody does it alone in business, right? It's those, like the follow-up item that Deborah has. Also, we don't do it alone either. So I want to make sure that we thank and acknowledge a bunch of people, starting with Sky Bear Media in the back of the room. They're the talented team that is handling the streaming, the recording, and all of those things for you, and we'll have that available for you online. Our speakers, who are so generous with their expertise and their time that they shared with us today. And I also want to thank our NCAIED team as well. And if I could just ask you guys to stand up again so that everybody in the room knows who you are. And I want to offer you my particular gratitude. Thank you so much. So we're done here. We really need those evals and give us your letters. We'll send them to you. We have informal networking across the street at Grain. I wish I could say drinks are on us, but they're not. I think I'd get in a lot of trouble for that. So That is across the street. As you exit the World Trade Center, you sort of look to your right. It's directly across the street in the Hilton. Take the elevator up. Most of our team is going to stay here to kind of tidy and pack up, but Kaya's in the back corner over there. She's headed over first. So when you get there, you kind of want to keep an eye out for Kaya. The final thank you that I have to offer is actually to each and every one of you. You run businesses, you're busy. It was a commitment to be here today. So thank you so much for coming.